Let me introduce the speaker, Mr. Rishikesh Nair. He began his career with STM Docs in 1996 as a typesetter and got introduced to Tech and Friends. Has been the main backbone of production. Currently, he contributes to STM Docs, Tech Authors, Neptune, and Primo. Thank you. Right.
Hello, am I audible? Can you hear me? Good morning, all, and thank you, SKB, for the introduction. Before I start my talk, I would actually like to thank many people who are actually behind the scene and trying their level best to make this event a successful one. And in the beginning, I would thank Carlberry, who is actually doing a lot of help for us. Since the venue has been announced in earlier, he has been giving a lot of instructions and rules, and he is communicating in the background, and a lot of things he is doing. So I would first thank Carlberry, and I would thank our management, STM Docs management, who has been a great supporters, and our audiovisual people, who is actually doing a great job, and our volunteers, our friends, and all the participants who all come from a long way to attend this conference. Without you, this conference is there. So, let me start my talk. I'm going to talk about efficiently managing XML documents with TEX and TAG PDF enabled. In the recent previous conferences, I have done so many talks about XML first workflow. But this talk, I would like to take it in a different dimension. Even though there are some terms like tagged PDF, etc., I am not going to go deep into the tagged PDF, this technical things and this problem solutions, none other than because I'm not a too technical person and I'm not a tech programmer as well. So I am unable to do those kinds of presentations. So let's start. I would like to dedicate my talk to the typographers and type designers who has been working very hard to give us the beautiful pages. Without them, we were not be able to see the beautiful pages. They are creating fonts, the templates, and they are trying in everyday life to visually appealing, pleasing documents and presenting to us. So I start my talk with some questions. This is a kind of interactive session. I would request all of you to participate this. I will show some pictures here. It's very simple pictures, and you have to say what is your opinion about it. You have to choose the right one or which one you like. So here the first one. So here you can see two pictures. So my question is, which image feels more visually balanced or appealing to you, the A or B? I request all of you to raise your hand if you opt A. Very good, very good. You can raise left hand, right hand, or both the hands, no problem. Kerala is leading by LDF, Left Democratic Front, but it is not a mandatory to raise only left hand. You can raise any hands. Okay, don't be shy. Okay. This one, the left turn or right turn? A or B. Okay. So this is a picture of a lotus flower bud. You selected, say, as A. Okay. Anyone choose B? No? Okay. This is actually my name written by the famous calligrapher Bhattadiri in Malayalam. On left hand side, you can see Bhattadiri's writing, and on the right hand side, do not think it is like some script from the Indus ages. It is actually written by another person, none other than it is actually me. So, which one do you like, A or B? Okay, thank you, thank you so much. I think if you seriously look at, you will definitely choose A. Thank you. Okay. So to write, for me, it took a second to write it, and I don't need to think about it. But for him, this calligrapher Narayana Bhattadiri, it almost took his ages to write like this. When I asked him to write my name, he did it in couple of seconds. But to write a beautiful, write beautiful letters like this, it's continuous his training. Still, he is practicing every day morning, waking up 3 o'clock and doing a lot of things, practicing. And with this practice, he was actually able to do like this. For me, it is very simple. Both these things really conveys Rishi, but see the difference between. It really matters. Okay, now let's look at some serious matters. Which page feels more visually balanced or appealing to you? The left hand or right hand one? B. So please raise your hand. Thank you so much. Thank you. B. Why? I don't need to ask why, because I know why you choose B. Because you can see the skip between the equation, the bottom, and the column is not at all balanced. There is an overfull. The equation is not aligned. These are some of the things you may have not noticed. When you notice, when I ask you to choose a beautiful or a visually balanced, appealing thing, you will be noticing two things. On the positive side of the beautiful pages or the most suitable one, and the negative sides of the other things. Two things actually you are noticing in the back. Okay. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your participation in this Q&A session. Now, let's discuss about typesetting. Nowadays, when you hear about when you hear the word about typesetting, at least the people in the publishing and typesetting industry who are actually doing academic journal or book publishing, as a person who is actually involved in the typesetting and the working with the publishers, in my mind, first what comes is XML, data set, MathML, automatically creating PDF, tagged PDF, and a lot of other things. I'm not saying these are not needed, but these are really needed. Along with it, there is a very important aspect in the quality of the pages you are creating. You have to create visually appealing pages also. While you are concentrating on the content, you are concentrating on the correctness of the content. You have to be very careful. You have to do a great job in beautifully typesetting that pages as well. So from the examples, what we understand is that we still know how to appreciate aesthetics and recognize what is beautiful or aesthetically meaningful. And when you see a book or a journal or a content, even if it's an advertisement or a notice or an invitation card, whatever it is, if you say, yeah, wow, it is good, that by doing that, you are really appreciating the mastery of the typesetter or the type designer. That is actually happening. Without his work or, sincere involvement in that work, he cannot produce a content like that. Typesetters really focus on laying out or arranging text on a pages. If we do not arrange the content in a page, it will be just like some blocks placing here and there. So in order to give a visually appealing page, He has to be careful. Where should it be placed? What is its the line spacing and interword spacing, the font sizes, all those things. He has to be very, very careful about it. When we relate this typesetting and tech does a lot of things for us. By default, it take care of the leading, it care of the interline, interword spacing, and a lot of things. But even though there are lot of global parameterization, the typesetter who actually does this paginate this article has to do something manually also. I actually remember a talk by Frank in Toronto in TUG 16. He was explaining about, his experiment in global optimization in pagination, typesetting the legendary work of Alice Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. He was actually trying to create the optimization in global optimization in pagination rather than doing it in page by page. He was actually trying to achieve that in through global optimization. This is actually his the link is actually the abstract to his article. This is the poem he was actually trying to create. So some quotes about beauty and purpose. Some famous people. You can look at it first. What Nuth says, I can't go to a restaurant and order food because I keep looking at the fonts on the menu. Still, we are also doing the same thing since we started doing typesetting job. Typography must be as beautiful as forest, not like the concrete jungle of the tyrants. Typography is literature as musical performance is to composition and is essential act of interpretation. I hope everyone enjoyed yesterday's concert. I think if there was one single problem or if you notice an issue like the lighting was not proper, the sound was not proper, the stage was not proper, or the artist didn't perform very well, you might have easily noticed and you never say, oh, it is a very good program. I just talked to many people and everyone say, yeah, it was fantastic. That's because all those elements were perfect. That's why we say it's a very good program. Similarly, when we see a page, if there are some problem with it, whether it is automatically generated, XML first, LaTeX first, or how do you generate it, doesn't matter. The problem will definitely hit our eyes. It will stay there. When we go through, when we read through, that problem will be there. So we must, as a typesetters or type designers, we must be careful about, or we should dedicated work. We should do some dedicated work to improving the quality of the typesetting. Yeah, we can have the automatic pagination systems, automatic workflows and all, but still we must be careful about the typographic aspect of the documents. If we talk to the new gen people, we can see many doesn't know anything about the typography or typographic aesthetic appearance of these pages. So I think we are the reason for, I think, ruining them. We are not actually creating beautiful pages, or we are not careful enough to work on that. That's the main reason these people actually are not in our line. Another thing, this is one, beauty is a matter of size and order. This is what the typesetting people actually very careful about. Nuth actually designed tech with the goal of producing beautiful pages that are not just technically precise but genuinely beautiful. But even we are also a typesetter and we are using tech. Predominantly, we are using only tech for typesetting. Even though that is the case, in some cases, we are also forced not to 100% satisfy his goal. because due to the time limitations that we are getting and the effort that we have to input, we are also forced to create some pages, not a very beautiful pages, not a very good pages. We have to create some pages as per the requirement and deliver it on time. Time is very important there. That's why. Time is actually important because time is money. If you spend too much time, it costs a lot. If we spend little time, we can have some profit with it, or it will be economical. So if you want to produce something with high quality in a shorter time, you have to invest a lot. So the main challenges that we are facing, not only we, all the typesetting companies or all the typesetters who are working with the publishers, doing typesetting every day as a daily routine of their life. Main thing is unpredictable content. This is not a new challenge. Unpredictable content is always there, because when we get an article for typesetting, it may be 14 pages, 15 pages, or 20 pages or so. The number of tables, the number of rows and columns in tables, or the number of figures, equations, their alignments, what kind of we cannot predict what are all coming and their order and size, etc. So the typesetter should be, or the paginator should be very efficient, so that he can create the beautiful pages according to the specifications, and aesthetically beautiful PDF he can create on time. Another thing, XML first workflow and automated tools. Typesetters are forced to use the XML first workflow and automated tools. XML first, the problem with the XML first workflow is that actually we have to work with the DTD, which says the rules and regulations or specifications of the XML, not the typesetting part. So while we are maintaining these rules and regulations for the XML, we cannot 100% follow the specifications or pagination rules of the PDF. We have to apply some workarounds. We have to do a lot of, sometimes it requires some manual intervention also. That is another challenge. The decentralized publishing models. Decentralized publishing models in the sense, in earlier days, even when I started typesetting, I started working with the STM docs, a typesetter. We get a manuscript, we do everything, we do its usability checks, we are structuring it, we are creating XML, we are paginating it, we are creating its web PDF, we are creating its print PDF, and we are sending it to the printer, everything, A to Z we were doing. But currently that is not the situation. This work has been decentralized. That means I get the work, the source file from the author to the publisher. I do something, I mean cleaning up, or the usability check or something. I create the XML, I put it in some other basket. That person, actually that company creates the PDF. They are creating PDF, then they are putting it in some other basket for printing it or some other task. This is completely decentralized. So we lost the control of, for example, the inefficiency of the DTDs, which can convey the instructions for the page making tools like TEG or anything. There the problem occurs. The person who is actually going to create the PDF does not know the problem is the source files they have got, where to break or what to do. Then high volumes, then relaxed pagination rules. In order to have this automated workflow, XML workflow and all, the publishing companies actually relaxed so many pagination rules. As you see here, the page, it can even words. We can send the PDF in an even words manner. We can have 3 or 4 lines of unbalanced pages. The last page should not be balanced. You can have a lot of interline spaces in between, in the word spaces. Figures can be in a different sizes. It need not be in a uniform size, even if it is of a same category. There are a lot of things they have given. so that the typesetters are actually following these rules. They are delivering it. They are using their automated XML first workflows and delivering pages. But the pages are beautiful or aesthetically pleasing, or it struck to our eyes. I do not know. But the people who are actually looking at the content, they will going through it. XML-based proofing tools. What XML-based proofing tool? They are actually doing a very great job. So earlier days, we were printing the content and sending it to the authors. They are marking it, they are scanning it back, and we do. It takes a lot of time to complete the one round of the typesetting to proofing and publishing. But nowadays, the introduction of the proofing tools, the author proofing has become an easy job. It's a very, we can quickly complete that stage. We load the XML in somewhere, and it renders in a browser, and the author goes through the proofing tool and make annotations. I mean, makes the corrections in it, replies to the queries, and the track changes, and everything is actually there. But at the same time, proofing tool is XML based and it's browser based. It does not have the ability to create a PDF as the author wants, or at least a PDF similar to the one which author sent to the typesetter. It creates a PDF with some other tools which it can use, but the PDF need not be as beautiful as we think or the author thinks. That's one of the problem with the XML based proofing tool. That PDF normally calls preview PDF, and we could tell them you just go through the content. You need not want to look at the preview PDF. It may not be right. We will be making it perfect on later stage. And at the same time, we are asking the author, this is the last chance for you to review your proof. You have to make sure everything is in order, and you have to approve it. Once it is done, it will go to the next publishing stages. This is a big problem for the authors. We face a lot of questions. We will face a lot of communications with the author, why it is happening at all. But for authors who actually uses Word, Microsoft Word, for the creating the manuscript, many authors, it does not have a problem because they are already seeing it in the same thing in Microsoft Word. But tech authors, they never, ever accept this. They always come back with it. They are sending a text file to us. You are loading it in XML first workflow somewhere, and you are asking us to sign it off. You are not giving us a chance to review the PDF again. But the PDF is not good. This is not the PDF that we want. That is the authors are actually asking. It raises a lot of issues. So, but with the introduction of the LaTeX proofing solutions, these type of problems are resolved. Authors are very happy. They are getting the text file back for any corrections. They can answer the queries in the text file. They can make changes in it. They can even paginate themselves. It actually reduces the time and effort of the typesetter. Authors are very happy to paginate the article and make it more beautiful. That's the experience with the LaTeX proofing solutions. So, my question is there an XML based proofing tool which has all the features of a typesetting tool? Not only for author proofing, it should have the capability of work just like a typesetting tool. To be honest, until now, I know only the one answer I know is Primo. Primo is XML based proofing tool, but it has the functionality of a complete typesetting system. If I'm wrong, please correct me. My friends here who are actually working in the publishing industry or typesetting industry, please correct me if I didn't gather much information or I am actually wrong. I would say in future, these similar tools may emerge or already being developed in the lab, but Primo will be the setting standard others may aspire to. It took a long time to reach the pilot phase, but expected considering the tool's ambition. We want to let the authors not only see what any kind of PDF, they can interact with the proofing tool. They will be able to generate a PDF in the same way they want. At least in the same way they have created their author, the manuscript, they should be able to do that themselves. That was the ambition. That was our ambition. I would add some more features. I would say mention about some more features about Primo. I would run through very quickly because I already have given a talk about Primo in previous conference. What I'm mentioning about Primo here in my talk is that it's a solution based on tech as well. We can authors, tech authors or non-tech authors who want to create beautiful pages, aesthetically pleasing PDF, they can use Primo. Primo is a solution. For non-tech authors also, Primo gives a solution to create a beautiful pages. In addition to doing all the proofing kind of things, Primo can help them a lot. Primo can generate accessible PDF on the fly. Minimize the post-processing because you do not want to download the XML, you don't want to do some post-processing, and for publishing you don't want to do anything. Primo will do itself because when you want to create a final deliver, press the button, it will create the deliverable as per the specification. It is collaborative and it combines the advantages of XML workflow and facilitate controlled authoring and editing. Then compatible for both tech and non-tech communities that I already mentioned, and journal template-based PDF generation. So instead of giving a single generic output, it actually gives a output according to the journal or house style or that the publisher actually wants. Let's quickly go through the features which are available in Primo to help the authors typeset their article. They can paginate the article. What are the features available here? You can resolve the bad breaking, adjust interline and interword spacing. You can tie up strings. For example, if a name actually broken, the initials and the surname broken in two different lines, you can tie it up in the proofing in the XML, I think in the interface itself. And table column width or rows up or calls up, you can adjust figure resizing, rotation, and moving floats around the page. Adjusting the running heads in the sets, short titles and short author lists. Normally, this is not available in the XML. We have to apply some rules, but in some cases, we have to go against the rule and we have to create a custom short title, custom running head. In that case, you can do it in Primo. You can insert tech commands anywhere. Even if those who know tech authors can understand the tech commands there. Non-tech authors can understand with the description what it does. They don't need to look at the tech commands. They only need to look at description. For example, break here, line break, or page break, or like that. Resetting counters, change labels, then cross references, auto numbering. These are some of the features. I'm not going to the more details here. These are the references you can look into. And thank you all. Thank you for this.
Yeah, we have 10 minutes per question. So, yeah, questions on Primo and LaTeX typesetting in general. Experienced professional many years and question about LaTeX or Primo. XML.
Thank you, Risha. Question: is it possible in Primo to put marginal notes to offers and things like this?
Good question. I think Putting marginal nodes is not possible at all.
Oh.
For example, that we can put into. But the thing is that why we haven't done it, if we use it as a proofing tool, you can put the marginal nodes mainly using for the comments or queries, something like that. We have a separate facility for putting comments and queries. In the published article, these marginal nodes are not necessary. But you can add footnotes and all those things.
Yeah. Then you probably want to listen to my talk because there is something you may want to implement.
Okay.
Sorry for the plug.
So it's a really nice presentation, Rishi. And what I'm thinking is we are seeing several changes in the world in the tech culture. So here, in the sense of Rimo, how do you envisage that? What would be the future? So today we are discussing about Excel, but if you are going towards a different technology or something like that, how it is compatible?
Yeah, definitely. We can make it compatible to any future technologies. Like currently, the recent future we are looking into is the JSON LD type of things and CPLD things. Yeah, definitely Primo can be ported to that kind of workflow.
Or no major developments involved or something?
Maybe developments is definitely required. It is not easy. So we have to do that. If that is a requirement, definitely it can be done, but it is not it is not impossible.
I have one more technical question. Really, you said you're producing TAG PDF at the end, and I think I know how. Which is the one part of the stuff that we are currently doing. What I would be interested in is you are receiving documents from the author, which are in TAG, and you translate them, or they get translated to XML, correct?
Yes.
That's one stage. How much of packages do you accept in this author document coming in? Is that very much restricted, or can they sort of load a lot of packages and this gets cleaned up when you transform to HTML or to XML, or how is this sort of restricted?
Yeah, thank you for raising that question. We don't need to remove not that much packages, since if it is a LaTeX first workflow, to create the tagged PDF, we have to face the challenges of the incompatibility of packages in creating a PDF. But this is actually an XML first workflow. Sorry. We are creating the XML. In that XML, there is no macros and that type of sort of things. So it's very for us to create a tagged PDF. We can, without much difficulty, we can create the tagged PDF.
Yeah, I understand. On the way back, you are starting from XML, so you have a very much control of what you turn back into LaTeX to make the pages.
Yes.
I was just wondering how much input variation do you allow for the authors? Is there a lot of restrictions, or how do you get to the XML?
No, we cannot put any restrictions to the authors, because as per what the publishers gives us, we have to accept it. And during the normalization process, we have to remove some packages if it is not compatible for the XML workflow.
Thank you, Rishi, for this wonderful talk. It's also a little saddening in some sense to know that all the things we did have also moved us away from beautiful pages. So that makes me somewhat uncomfortable having listened to your presentation. So I think, but it aligns a lot with what I said in the beginning, namely that there are certain things that were, in some sense, never right with our DTDs. They weren't ready for it. So what I would like to say is let's start something that brings us back to beautiful pages. I think that together with LaTeX and with improvements to our standards, that should be possible.
Thank you.
We still have 5 minutes for questions. or we can move on to the next talk. Any more questions?
Let me hear again. No questions.
Then should thank Rishi for a wonderful talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We have the next speaker, Erik Nienhuis from Netherlands. That's LaTeX technical documentation. So it's going to talk about that.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Yes? Okay. Yeah, thank you for the introduction. I will have a talk about Xedi's documentation project and its biggest challenge, intertwined documents. But first, I will talk about Xedi, really short, I hope. Then also the Xedi documentation project. Afterwards, I will give a small moment for some questions if something's unclear about the project, and then I will present the intertwined documents and how it's done. So I founded my sole proprietorship in 2021. I mostly conclude assignment agreements as a software engineer, and if time permits, I also create free software. That's the thing I most likely do, or that I enjoy the most. I also am engaging actively with the fast communities, free and open source software communities, like NTG, the Dutch tech user group, also the tech user group, also the Free Software Foundation. And for my clients who are in need of a secure system, and I've partnered with Red Hat. I learned a lot of them. They're very helpful in learning how to deploy secure systems in a professional situation. But what about LaTeX? I have created 3 packages, and I also adopted one, which is a format count. Format count is heavily used in package regulatory, and regulatory is the main package or the most used package in the end of the presentation. Actually, all of those packages will be used very much. This is how I manage my packages. I just do an update, submit it to C10. C10 just delivers it to Tech Live, and then it gets back to me as a system package. So I could do 40 minutes about this alone, but I have written packaging guidelines, which I will share in the article of this presentation. So the goals of the Xedi documentation project are straightforward writing in LaTeX. So it should be easy for every user to just typeset documents in an easy way. Everything which is developed in the Xerdi documentation project, I try to extract into separate components, and so it will end up in packages, and then I upload it into C10 with the public license, of course, the LaTeX public license. And I also favor integration options because I'm a software engineer. I want to automatically just generate those documents from a system trigger or something else. So the use cases for me are scientific reports or technical reports, office documents like letters and stuff, and the most challenging legal documents, and also music scores and diagrams. So the challenges specifically for me were managing multiple company brands. So I have some clients which just have a totally different branding. So I used to distinguish those with the TEG meta font home variable. Can you raise your hand if you know about this specific variable, the TEG meta font home variable? Okay, luckily some. Yeah, it's really easy because it works for all your documents, and you can also switch the variable. So I could just switch to another client's branding, and then the documents will turn out with their branding. I also use work in progress package versions. For example, if a package of mine isn't working, I just have to patch it, and then I have to use my work in progress of the package. I use the TEG meta font .dir for that one. It's suitable for some slimmer document structures. So it's not a TDS like the TEG meta font home one. I also had to separate sensitive content. So for the use case in the end, for example, a lawyer doesn't or may not know any financial details of its clients or of its customers. So those have to be separated just so that the lawyer doesn't see those sensitive content. Also specifying data input, which is quite a challenge. In earlier stages, I just mixed programming languages and LaTeX in each other. That's not desirable. It's typesetter unfriendly. I will also demonstrate the solution for that. And traceability and audit log, that's something I won't be discussing here. The solution is very simple. It's called Git. So for those goals, I came up with some distinct components. Well, workspace is just for data and some user variables, nothing special. Then I came up with data definitions, which are actually YAML recipes. It's a concept of Lua placeholders. It's specifically for specifying which input is allowed, or if it isn't provided, the input, how it should be placeholdered. Then I came up with a document portfolio. It's just really simple. This is the TEG meta font home directory. So this contains all branding stuff, which is separated from workspaces data definitions. And lastly, executable document templates. Those are used to, those can be used cross clients. So they are separate from the branding, separate from the input specification, or actually it has one or more input specifications, and it will be used eventually in the workspace in a decentral manner. So this is the diagram which illustrates it. So this part is part of my profession, software engineering, and here is the XDP layer. It contains those components. It's specifically meant for the world of the typesetter, and also it's common for authors to write executable document templates. They are the content matter experts at hand, and the end user just should input some variables which it wants, and then he will get a PDF out of it. Yeah, so the workflow behind it is quite bureaucratical. I can go quickly through it. So the author drafts an EDT, like executable document template. He submits it via Git. He gets it reviewed by the typesetter. So the typesetter then decides, is the style and branding in order? If not, he revises it, and also he checks if the document portfolio is up to date or compatible, and optionally he also updates the documentation project and will get back to the author. So the next time it will get to the programmer. He reviews the data definitions. So if there are new variables or other things, he just updates those, and also he aligns it with the systems, which isn't included in this workflow, because it doesn't have to do with LaTeX at all. Easy, right? This is an example of the directory structure. As you can see, it doesn't contain the workspace. The workspace is separate from the TechMF home. So here I also showed it. So it contains all executable document templates. If you have it on this level, it will be available from everywhere. Also counts for the data definitions. And just for styling stuff, we have the generic images, and for literature and also definitions I use it for, or a glossary. You can also have this one globally available. And of course the class files and the style files. And to show how I use my work in progress packages for every project I work on, I just add one directory which isn't TDS compliant. However, I make it available through the techmf.dir, which you can notate as such. The / means just get every directory in packages. It has some limitations. Not every package structure or source structure is suitable for this approach. Like format count isn't compatible, but all my packages are. Details will be also in the packaging guidelines. Now, how do we test this or set it up? Well, I usually use Make. I also have some other useful exports. So you can just set an environment variable. And I've also included a little test target. And to test those configurations, we use KPSE which. We check the var value, for example, techmf.dir. And we also test some files like a style file or a Lua file. And then it ends up like something like this. Unfortunately, I can't make directory paths appealing. But yeah, you can just see that it works. Okay. Wow, perfect in time. So I showed how you can use multiple company brands using work-in-progress package versions and separating the sensitive content by the diagram structure. So are there some questions by now?
Plenty of time, 20 minutes for question.
Yeah. I'll get to the next subject. So it's good to know that this is okay. I will continue then.
Please continue.
So onto the final subject. The legal solution for my company. I came up with a very slim input approach. I just want to write a message in Markdown, or well, for me, TEG is also easy enough. And a project YAML, which contains a lot of variables. And those two files alone, given that you have the appropriate executable document templates, you will get the quote, an assignment agreement, a maintenance agreement, and terms and conditions. So let's go to the first file, input file. So this is just a small Markdown file. It just explains the general meaning of the project. It doesn't have to do anything about LaTeX, and this is just some text. So I'll skip this through. Okay. Here we go to the project YAML. This is the most important one. You can set the client, like I choose client grapefruit. It won't end up with grapefruit lowercase, but grapefruit refers to a client file, which also has its own recipe, which I will clarify in a bit. So it has the starting date, price, effort, all kinds of project-specific settings, but most importantly, it's about activities and or maintenance. So if activities is present, an assignment agreement will get generated and included in the quote. And if a maintenance variable is available, there is also a maintenance agreement compiled and added to the quote. And both those agreements also include the terms and conditions. So now to how to define it. This is a recipe for, this is the first part of the recipe project. I will skip the client and I will also skip the supplier. The supplier is optional. It just defaults to Xerdi for people who have multiple departments, which is for me not the case. You can also override it. Then, this one is really simple. It just refers to a string, and it has no default value, so it will error if you forget this one. This is the it just refers to some other recipes. Now to the project itself, just for the most important ones. The activities, as you saw at the input, it was of type list, and it contained strings. And the maintenance somewhat more complex. It is a table structure, and at the last you can also see you can also use the default value for that one, so you can skip that column. Now, how to load these things in LaTeX? This could also be a style file in the definition of data definition directory. It's here. It says it's just in the assignment. Well, actually, all three legal documents have the same strategy. So you use package Lua placeholders. You set the most used namespace for convenience. You load all three recipes, so the supplier, client, and the project. And then we'll take a look at the how to load those variables. So we check firstly, is there a project YAML? Well, if there is, then load that project YAML. And also, when we have loaded that, we could also load the supplier, which we have which we use raw param for. So raw param is specifically suitable for these kinds of cases where you have to, it's a expansion related issue. If you have trouble with expansions, this is far away the safest to use. It doesn't generate any placeholder as such, so be aware of that. And also, if it has a client, we will load the client file as well. If it doesn't, we'll print a warning, and it shows placeholders instead. So this is what we end up with. As you can see, it has two attachments, and those two attachments also have an attachment which is the terms and conditions. I did my best to translate this one into English. It also got the referencing to English. Unfortunately, we won't see the magic of format count here. And you also see here, like the footnote. We'll have a look at how this contextual content is managed in LaTeX. So it's quite easy. You can just look if there is any activity or activities is set. Then, document.org is just Xerdi in this case. It just has some legal content. Here is how you do a footnote. It says OVO, which, in this case, we're talking about the assignment agreement. Then we also see some usage of variables. And let me look. Yeah, here is a specific reference, an external reference, like it's referring to a specific section in the assignment agreement. So let's go back how that ends up. Like it says, Article 1, and then within parentheses 5. So that's this macro is from Package Regulatory. It's very useful, especially for Dutch. I have to verify the English version still. And then we see how we can list those activities all in once. And it refers to this macro. And you'll see here how it ends up in alphabetic listing. So this is the contextual content. Now, I don't have the exact examples. You can always look at package regulatory at how you can do it. The macros you can use for it is ref document, which is a soft dependency, and the master document, which is a very hard dependency. It also embeds the other file. So the ref document only is only for referencing, so you only need the aux file, the auxiliary file. So this is the hierarchy, and there's one line missing, like the terms and conditions is also, of the quote is also referring to the terms and conditions, or could be. So the quote contains two documents directly, and in this case, also those two also contain the terms and conditions. So terms and conditions is embedded twice via the agreements, and this will end up with a 370 kilobyte PDF. So it's quite small, I guess. Small enough for me. Okay, the underlying packages I've used for this, like those three, are heavily used in package regulatory. It uses attach file 2 for embedding, zref for advanced referencing. Like you saw, it uses multiple section info or levels, and xr for referencing cross document. Also, I'd like to highlight package markdown. I very much tested it for the legal solution. However, it's quite hard to do some tricky things which are easy in LaTeX, but not in Markdown, because Markdown is a pretty simple format. Viet, who talked yesterday, also had some awesome referencing additions to the package Markdown, which are beneficial to the package regulatory, and also TEG for HT. I've collaborated with Mikael Höftig from Czech Republic. He wrote some support for the legal structuring of the regulatory package, which is very useful, for example, terms and conditions, which you'd like to display on your website. So that's all for now. Thank you for listening.
Any questions? Break. Talking about Markdown.
Yeah.
Markdown can include Markdown versions. Each Markdown.
Yeah, but it's quite unusual to use math in in legal documents.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have lots of floats.
Yeah, footnotes, and also references, external references, and
TEG is then ideal.
sorry?
TEG is then ideal.
Yeah, TEG is real ideal, and that's also why I used TEG for the contracts in the first place. For the contract maker I'm working with for this, I thought, well, if there's any system which can do those references automatically, it must be TEG. So I had to write a package for it, or actually 3 to get myself to to have it on my own standards. But yeah.
Hi. I mean, in the beginning, you had mentioned that you also use this to make music scores and diagrams. Could you say something about that? I mean, how do you render music scores and stuff? Thanks.
Okay. Quite recently, I wrote a patch for Lilypond, so which is used for displaying scores or specifying scores, and that patch makes it how do you call it? The TEG directory structure compatible. So there's still an issue. It only has to be released and then uploaded to C10, and then everyone can do some scores in a multi-directory structure. Also, I use a lot of TXI, not for scores, but for circular representations of music theory. That's most, I think, about the music part. I also combine it with astrology. There's a research, like I'm getting back to the roots of music, so I combine all those things.
Very interesting. Thank Eric for a talk. We have a 30 minutes break. 10:50. And next speaker is Doris, and Doris Berdent, and she'll be talking about using Cortex, but hope to be much more interesting than that. So Doris has been member of tech community for 20 years and treasurer of German-speaking tech user group for 9 years. Now she's in the TUG board and managing now Cryptool and web apps for cryptography. Till now.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So again, thank you for the organizers for letting me give this talk. This talk, however, is not about programming or editing or such things, but it's about camping. And so it's a kind of a fun talk. It would be better scheduled in the evening, I thought, but anyhow, let's do the best out of it. Yeah? So let's get to the first slide. Wait, yeah. So. Okay, the Chaos Computer Club. It's a very German thing. This camp I will talk about is organized by the Chaos Computer Club, abbreviated CCC. It is a German non-profit. It's Europe's largest association of hackers. And it's quite old, nearly as old as the TEG user group, but older as the German user group Dante. And I am a member since about 15 years, I'm not sure. Okay, if you are interested, you can give in the link here and get more information. While the CCC is quite used, quite known at the moment, its history is not known to everybody. I included this link here and will give you a bit of history about this non-profit because the history is perhaps quite interesting. It goes back to 1981, so it's 1 year younger than TUG, I guess. Yeah? The origin was the so-called TUG announcement in a German newspaper from 1981. This newspaper is still existent and it's politically a little bit on the left. TUG means in German, its dialect, it means do something. And I included a translation of this announcement here. This is the announcement, which was in the newspaper. And it's more or less an invitation for all the people who were interested in this new emerging technology called personal computer to meet and exchange ideas. I like this BMW part of it, like they were quite critical at the moment then, that the personal computer is now being marketed to Germany's video-saturated BMW drivers. Okay. But this group also saw the positive use cases of this emerging technology and wanted to get organized, and that's what this announcement is about. From the next page. It's quite funny because if you read in the article, they really used a K, not a C. Yeah? I quote, "To prevent us computer freaks from continuing to fumble around uncoordinated, we are taking action. We are meeting on 17th of September in Berlin and so on, and then look at what they wanted to discuss at this time. International networks, communication rights, data rights, who owns my data? I mean, in 1982, yeah? Copyright, information and learning systems, databases, encryption, computer games, of course, programming languages, process control, also hardware, and whatever else comes up. And then these were the persons who did this announcement, and in red, WOW is a quite famous WOW Holland who died in 2001. Also here, perhaps an interesting link. It's a kind of bachelor thesis about the history of all of this. Okay. Then it wouldn't be Germany if they wouldn't have done a kind of protocol about the meeting. Nobody is sure when exactly this protocol was written, but it's also online available, and here is a translation of it. It can be observed that the approach to new communication systems is exceedingly naive. It is not difficult to predict that in a few years, large corporations will employ staff whose task will be to regularly score public database systems for exploitable information, suggestions and insights. A contentious point in connection with data networks was the question of whether for a surveyed society it is more important to participate in communication or to prevent communication. And then at the end, who derives greater benefit? The disseminators, so the senders, or the monitors of information? And again, this was 1981. Okay, so next slide. There is a Chaos Radio Express podcast by a person called Tim Pritloff. He's quite known in the community. For everybody who is interested in getting more into how times were at this year in Germany and all the political surroundings of these times, it's available here. A key focus of the conversation, those people who wrote this article in the TUG, is the defining moment, like in the 70s, that influenced this do something. There were a lot of demonstration at this time against nuclear power plants in Germany. Then there was this RAF, a terrorist group in Germany, which was quite active. So these were political, quite interesting times, and they are talking about this time and how it felt to be young at this time. Then this here, I must admit, it's a typo, okay? The TUG meeting led to the forming of the CCC. They were gathering regularly from 1981 on, but only in 1986 they formed as a German non-profit. It's a so-called eingetragener Verein, like E.V. Perhaps you have seen it in Dante e.V. This is the German-speaking tech user group, and you usually see this EV, which means it's a tax-free non-profit in Germany.
Technically, this correct phrase. Technically, the statement is correct.
This year?
Yeah.
Not before, yes. Okay. You are right. Oof. So I'm lucky, okay. Okay, so again here you can look up Dante, and also you can see more about the history of the CCC here. Yeah, wait. I also have to proceed my comments. No? Okay. Well, now, I'm not sure. Yes. I wanted to show some videos in order for me to not have to make so many slides. And this is one of the most famous videos of the CCC, which made it become aware in the public in Germany. It's the famous BTX hack. And I'd like you to play the video now. Here is the link. And I hope that the English subtitles are activated.
Einbrecher müssen heute nicht mehr mit Stemmeisen und Schneidbrenner arbeiten. Sie haben es leichter, wenn sie ihren Heimcomputer benutzen. Übertrieben? Nicht ganz. Ein Computerspezialist hat uns heute vorgeführt, wie man einfach durch Knopfdruck 135.000 Mark erbeutet. Guten Abend, liebe Zuschauer. Der Postminister wird es nicht gerne hören, aber das Bildschirmtextsystem der Bundespost ist nicht einbruchsicher. Sie wissen, über BTX kann man künftig vom eigenen Wohnzimmer aus über den Bildschirm Bankgeschäfte tätigen, Überweisungen veranlassen und so weiter. Das setzt natürlich voraus, dass kein Fremder Zugang zum eigenen Konto hat. Letzte Woche haben wir im Heute-Journal berichtet, wie ein Computerspezialist vor Zuschauern einen Bildschirmtextapparat so präparierte, dass er ihn auf Kosten eines anderen Teilnehmers hätte benutzen können. Heute bieten wir Ihnen einen zweiten Beweis an für die Schwachstellen im BTX-System. Einem Hamburger Computerclub ist es gelungen, über BTX an das Schlüsselwort einer Hamburger Bank heranzukommen und diese um 135.000 Mark zu erleichtern. Das war natürlich nicht ernst, sondern nur ein Versuch, ein Demonstrationsversuch.
Wir haben einfach in den Decoder-Informationen den von der Post zur Verfügung gestellten Speicherraum voll ausgenutzt, bis auf das letzte Zeichen. Und da traten dann sehr merkwürdige Effekte auf, dass Fremddaten praktisch von der Seite angesogen wurden.
Und dann ist plötzlich die Kundennummer der Hamburger Sparkasse aufgetaucht.
Genau, das war die Nummer.
Mhm. Und dann haben Sie angefangen zu spielen.
Ja, wir mussten dann erstmal rauskriegen, von wem das die Nummer ist, weil das ist also alles etwas wirr auf solchen Seiten, die eben durch Systemfehler erzeugt werden. Und das hatte man aber dann doch schon einigermaßen schnell raus, dass es eben die Zugangskennwörter für die Hamburger Sparkasse war.
Mhm. Mit der Kundenkennung der Sparkasse riefen die BTX-Knacker dann einfach ihr eigenes Angebot auf. Es zeigt sinnigerweise einen Trickfilm, in dem das Chaos-Mobil Nuki kleine gelbe Posthörnchen abschießt. Der Spaß kostet bei jedem Anschauen 9,90 Mark. Ein paar Stunden lang abgerufen summierte sich das auf 135.000 Mark. Auf dem Kundenkonto der Sparkasse erscheint dieser Betrag prompt als Soll im laufenden Abrechnungszeitraum und auf dem Konto der Hacker als Vergütung. Die Differenz kassiert die Post.
Hiermit konnten wir nachweisen, dass ein Teilnehmer über Nacht 130.000 Mark ärmer gemacht werden kann.
Kann man damit Geschäfte machen? Also würde es sich für einen Kriminellen lohnen, zum Beispiel mit einem solchen Tricksystemfehler auszunutzen?
Auf jeden Fall. Wenn ein System Schwächen hat, dann gibt es immer irgendwelche Leute, die diese Informationen versuchen zu Geld zu machen. Bildschirmtext ist in dieser Hinsicht einfach ein katastrophal schlechtes System und hat im Gegensatz zu den meisten anderen Kommunikationssystemen noch die Gefahr von direkter finanzieller Schädigung. Und das trifft jeden Endverbraucher, bloß da sind sich viele einig, das zu verschweigen und wir haben einfach versucht, es aufzuzeigen.
Unkosten von Hackern auf dem regulären BTX-Konto Ihrer Sparkasse verursacht, hätten Sie so etwas für möglich gehalten?
Frau Wirth, ganz ehrlich, sowas hätten wir nicht für möglich gehalten, denn wir hatten die Garantie der Post, dass unsere Zugriffsmittel zum Bildschirmtext geheim sind, geheim gehalten werden und von niemandem in Erfahrung gebracht werden können.
Werden Sie daraus jetzt Konsequenzen ziehen als Anbieter und Nutzer von BTX?
Die erste Konsequenz haben wir bereits gezogen. Wir haben unser persönliches Kennwort sofort geändert, sodass Herr Holland nicht ein weiteres Mal mit diesen Mitteln uns benachteiligen kann. Eine weitere Konsequenz wird natürlich sein, dass wir uns überlegen müssen, die Post wegen etwaiger Schäden, auch Vertrauensschäden, haftbar zu machen.
Und Ihre Einstellung zu Hackern nach dieser etwas überraschenden Erfahrung?
Ich muss sagen, alle Hochachtung vor der Tüchtigkeit dieser Leute. Man muss sagen, es ist bedauerlich, dass erst durch den Beweis, den diese Leute erbracht haben, die Post davon überzeugt werden konnte, dass ihre Software, und darum handelt es sich, dass ihre BTX-Software noch nicht allen Anforderungen gerecht ist.
Okay, thank you. So this was the famous BTX hack.
역적 반헌법적 내국사관을
which made the CCC the first time famous in Germany. Then the next video is about the first Congress. It was in 1984 when the first Congress was organized, and this Congress is still happening now every year between Christmas and New Year's Eve, and it attracts nearly 20,000 people at the moment. There would come even more if they would find large enough buildings for doing this. But a lot of the owners of the buildings, they don't want to let the hackers in because they are afraid that they will hack the infrastructure and things like that. Okay, so would you please play the next video?
Irischen Magnetfeldern erforschen.
There is also an English subtitle.
Etwa 400 junge Tüftler und Computerfans sind zum ersten internationalen Hacker-Treffen nach Hamburg gekommen. Die Hacker, die unbefugt in fremde Datensysteme eindringen und mangelnde Datensicherung nachweisen, tauschten in Hamburg Tricks und Tipps aus.
Die Hacker proben den Datenschutz, nur ihren eigenen selbstverständlich. Versteckte Kameras oder Diktiergeräte, mit denen Spione den Weg in fremde Datensysteme aufzeichnen könnten, sind hier unerwünscht. Pressebeobachter müssen für den Blick in die Computer-Chaoswelt 50 Mark Eintritt zahlen. Untereinander haben die meist jugendlichen Computerfans 2 Tage lang ihre Erfahrungen mit Geräten und Programmen ausgetauscht. Im Hackcenter herrschte Hochbetrieb. In zahlreichen Arbeitsgruppen ging es um Themen wie die Einführung ins Telefonsystem, Grundwissen über Computer, Bastelanleitungen für elektronische Briefkästen, Datenschutz und Datenknacken, aber auch um juristische Informationen. Denn der Hamburger Chaos Computer Club wurde erst bundesweit bekannt, als er im November auf noch nicht geklärte Weise mit dem Passwort und der dazugehörenden KIN-Nummer der Hamburger Sparkasse deren Konto mit 135.000 Mark belastete. Juristisch noch eine ungeklärte Situation. Für die Bundespost und ihr BTX-System eine einmalige Panne. Für die Hacker mangelnde Sicherheit. Durch Datenknacken Datenschutz zu verbessern, darin sehen sie auch ihre Aufgabe. Stunden-, Tage- und nächtelanges Hacken ist für diese Computerexperten kein Unfug, keine Spielerei. Durch Erfahrungs- und Datenaustausch soll jeder Benutzer die Möglichkeiten und Mängel des Computers selbst beurteilen können.
Aus Frankfurt jetzt die Wettervorhersage für morgen, Sonnabend, den 29.
Okay, so this was the first Congress. And then in 1999, after they had begun to have a conference in the winter every year, they decided to have a camp the first time. This was in 1999. And also here we have a video, but please stop at 1 minute and 53 there. Thank you. This is Frau Holland, who died in 2001. You saw him on the earlier videos. He was the founder of the CCC.
Ich habe mich erinnert an 1980, da waren wir eingeladen in Mainz auf dem Open Air Festival. Da hatten wir als Platz eine Garage, die nannte sich Techno-Schuppen, und da war ein Telefonanschluss mit Akustikkoppler 300 Bit pro Sekunde drin. Heute haben wir die ungefähr 100.000-fache Verbindungskapazität, aber das meiste lief auf dem Netz. Und das ganze Camp ist selbst organisiert. Also das hätte ich mir damals nicht träumen lassen. Und ich sage, der Chaos Computer Club ist 18, volljährig, 1981, 1999. Das ist okay. Da oben ist das alte Postlogo am Turm noch angebracht worden. Und auch die Zusammenarbeit mit den, die uns hier unterstützt haben, ist einfach gut gelaufen. Kleiner UKW-Sender, der dort hinten steht, eine 10 Watt UKW, gerade ausreichend hier für die nähere Umgebung. Und auch das ist relativ formlos, problemlos gelaufen. Früher war es so, da war man bei der Documenta und hat einfach gesendet, als das noch nicht möglich war. Und heute läuft es relativ locker. Die Sturm- und Drangphase ist bei denen, die sich als Grip-Kiddies betätigen, viel, viel heftiger. Und da muss man mal gucken, wie man das konstruktiv lenken kann. Also was mir am Club ein wichtiger Begriff ist, vom Spieltrieb zur Wissbegier. Das zu erreichen. Und da freue ich mich, dass auf der einen Seite viele Junge hier aufgetaucht sind. Und auf der anderen Seite sieht man doch auch eine ganze Reihe von Graubärten hier. Also die Generation von unten bis oben ist durch. Und ja.
Thank you. Okay, so this was the first camp. Then we will please not play this video. I just included it in the slides because you can see those three. This is Tim Pritloff. He was the main organizer of the first camp, and then those two, they did the infrastructure for this camp. They had no relation to computer nerds at all, but came from the techno scene of Berlin. And also, this guy, for example, he is telling a lot about how when the first camp was organized, he wanted to be colored lights everywhere, and no one of the nerds did understand why do you even need colored lights, we only need white light and so on. But if you see the photos on my last slide, you will understand that it's really nice to have colored light. And this was organized already in 2019, this talk, and there you can see that all talks usually are translated to English, also in real time. So if you are there as a guest, you can attend the talks in real time and get them translated. There are a lot of people there who translate it in real time in all funny languages, even India, if there is some person present who wants to do this. So the infrastructure has really changed now. Okay. Then this is the second camp. I definitely want to play like this interview of the BBC woman. Please play this video.
And still to come on this program, hundreds of computer hackers are gathered outside Berlin to swap hot tips and ideas about the information superhighway. The Israeli army has blamed Lebanese Hezbollah guerrillas for hundreds of computer hackers have gathered outside Berlin this weekend to swap hot tips and ideas about the information superhighway. The organisers are calling it the computer Woodstock. Tristana Moore reports.
Ground control to Major Tom. 7, 6, commencing countdown, engines on.
Hello, I've come from the BBC.
Yeah,
I
right.
to pick up my tickets.
All right. Here are the golden rules. Yeah, take it with you, read them. And on the back side, there's a map of the area, of the camping area, and have fun in the camp.
It's a computer whiz kids paradise, a summer camp on a farm outside Berlin. All you need is a computer and a tent. The rest is all there. A power supply which guarantees fast internet access, lectures and workshops.
From the amount of people that I've gotten to meet here, it goes beyond computer nerd and computer geek. There are people from all walks of life that enjoy or find this type of information interesting.
They call themselves hackers, but it's not what you think.
And we're not hacking into anything. It's hacking is just a term to describe. It's kind of the philosophy approach to the problem. It's not about gaining unlawful entry to systems.
What have you been doing? You can't tell me. Right, okay.
I'm here for the conferences that are going to be given.
This is ground control to Major Tom.
Oh. This is not much of a toilet. There's a computer in there and lots of cables. So I think I better go and find out where the real toilet is. Once you get the hang of things, it's all quite easy. After surfing the web, you can take some time off and enjoy a cup of coffee. But one thing you do notice is there aren't many female hackers. So how many women have you got here?
We have at least 3 women here at the camp, because women generally don't like computers as much as guys do it.
So I went off to try to find one. So what do you think about all these guys here playing on their computers?
Well, it's a bunch of strange guys, but there's a bunch of strange guys everywhere, I think.
And I'm floating in the most peculiar way.
It may not be everyone's idea of a holiday, but for these hackers, it's a chance to share information about computers and have fun. Can I borrow your computer?
Sure.
Thank you. Tristana Moore, BBC News, Berlin.
Okay, so these were some impressions from the second camp. And this is a list of all camps that were organized as of today. Here is a link if you are interested. As you can see, they sometimes change the location because the first two were at a horse ranch, which then became too small. And so then they changed to Luftfahrtmuseum Finofurt, which was an old Soviet airplane hangar place. And then in 2015, they moved to an old brick producing area of the old German Republic near Berlin. So now we are mostly switching to photos. These were my first camps. You can see me here, and also this post logo from the CCC. And perhaps you remember it was the time when these small laptops came into fashion. It's an ePC. Yeah? And here you see the hangars. The photo is not of good quality, but in there they gave the talks. So if it rained, we had no problem. And this was the so-called Danish embassy. It was not our tent. We had only small tents, so I was quite overwhelmed when I came there the first time. And those embassies were kind of gatherings of people from different countries. There was an Italian embassy. They were just guys from Italy who brought like 200 liters of grappa every year and then making party in the night. And then this Danish embassy, they happened to be our neighbors, and they were from some institute of a university which did hardware research, and they had to throw out every year all their some 100,000 euro hardware, and they just brought it to the camp, and after that they threw it away, because before they would have had to throw it away anyway. And so I was quite impressed. They also had refrigerators, more than one, and beer, and so they were really quite good organized. I had never seen this before. Then, okay, the next slide, please. Okay, I could do it by myself. Yeah, then this is my second camp, because there are also such camps in the Netherlands, and they are happening alternating. So if there is a German one in 2011 and the next one in 2015, then there will be one in between in the Netherlands. And this was, they always switch the names, like OM was it called, but this is like Observe, Hack and Make acronym. And I brought my kids then there. As you see, they had a lot of fun. My daughter, she was not afraid of this guy, but she was afraid of those. Yeah. Then there also were a lot of freaky people who, for example, brought those because they had it as a hobby. Yeah. You can walk around there and like thousands of projects who bring stuff and invest a lot of money and time to build this camp up. I was really impressed. It was much larger than the German ones. And the Netherlands ones they even began earlier with organizing those camps. Okay, then this was the first in Ziegelei Park. As you can see, this was the year when you could buy the Oculus Rift development kit. So we had some fun there. And also we had, I don't know if you can see this kind of aluminum hat, because people were making fun of NSA spying out your brain stuff. And so a lot of people had fun walking around with those hats. Also my children had them, so it looked quite funny. And now it's time to talk about our neighbors. Yeah? Because by accident we happened to camp next to the so-called kinky geeks. Yeah? And these were kind of, well, they behaved like they would do masochistic stuff and make like shows about this and make noise, and then they came to us and said, you can't camp here with your children because of the noises we will make. And so then I told them it's no problem, my kids, they are used to like watch horror films and it will not be a problem, but we had to write something that we as parents will accept the risk that they get brain damage from what you do. Yeah, but this was quite funny, yeah, because they, like, let's say, they thought they were quite experimental, but we didn't hear anything. So it was a dream of them, I don't know. Yeah. But this was then the time when I first thought that organizing a LaTeX presence next to them would really be a very cool idea because of the name, and then we could attract some new LaTeX users just by being located next to them. Okay? So this idea was born that I wanted to have a presence there, not only as a private person, but also in the name of the LaTeX community, and also give talks and stuff like that. And this is then what happened 2 years later. I was in the Dante board then, and I talked to them that they give some money for going there and building up a real presence. And so this was when we built up our tent for the talks. Here you can see the first talks. This is Stefan Kottwitz, perhaps you know him. Yeah? He also was there with his kids and his wife. And we were giving talks there. Yeah? And we had to bring a lot of stuff like, this is ours. Yeah? We had a truck full of stuff. I mean, if you go there with children, you have to be well equipped, and the weather was bad, it did rain a lot, so it was really quite some work. But for a first time, it was really quite successful. We found out, for example, that if you offer a talk at 10 in the morning, nobody will come. But if you offer it at 10 in the evening, the tent will be full, for example. Yeah? So we made our first experiences and decided that this was a quite interesting concept. Yeah, so this is inside the tent. We had to make it dark here with this because when the sun was shining, the beamer was not powerful enough. Yeah? And perhaps I just was interested in, I found this very funny, but nobody could identify it. Is somebody here who can? No? This... Well, no. It's okay. So nobody... Yeah, it's the Enterprise ship of classic Enterprise. We usually drank a lot of beer, and so we just did some funny stuff, and I tried to do it as originally as possible, but apparently it was not good enough. So, okay. There is a report in the German tugboat equivalent. You can read it up or let it be translated by your AI of preference. Then this was the second Dante village. This is how my barn looked like before. Yeah, we had to bring a lot of stuff, as already mentioned. Very important is this one here. We have always to bring a pool. Yeah? They always say don't bring pools, but everybody brings pools. So it's a well-known fact that you have to bring pools. Okay, and as you see here, now we did not bring our own tent anymore, but you can rent them and let them get built up before. Yeah? And this was then a flag, use more LaTeX, and so we were better equipped the second time. Also, we had a truck again and our own fridge. And here you can see the famous Datenklo. In German, it's a data toilet where the switches are, and you can plug in your Ethernet cable there. Okay. Then Again, we had this. Oh, this is already 23. Yeah, this is 23. This is how it looks inside. We have this kind of posters everywhere. And this is Henning from the Context team. Then also we had a own webpage with our own talks. Yeah, it's called Fahrplan. If you go there, then all the talks on the camp you can find, and you can search for the LaTeX ones which are listed there. This is the village webpage. Perhaps Ulrike, I don't know, Marai did this, but I don't know if you worked together with her at this time. Yeah? And we had this blackboard outside, and here were the single talks that were given every day then, so we improved. We had more talks every day. It looked like that. For example, like 14 o'clock and 17 o'clock on 5 days, we offered just to come here, ComaScript, context intro, LaTeX formula, or TIX, so different topics. And now we come to the end. Now you can see how it looks there in the evening. As you can see, it's a really colorful light scenario. And it's a lot of fun hanging around there. Yeah. Okay, so for 2023, we do not have a report till today. Because, well, you have to tell the people, bring your report. Everybody has to report about one day, and you have to put it together. And yeah, so I don't know if there will be any further camps, because this undertaking is quite expensive. And it's also really a lot of work. Like, I have at least 1 week before and 1 week after the camp to get rid of the stuff, prepare the stuff, buy beer, buy food, wash clothes, and so on. And so I have to give by myself 3 weeks of holidays in it. So I'm not sure if I will do it again. Also, I guess the new Dante board, I don't know if they want to invest so much money, because it costs more than 5,000 euros at least. So that's it at the moment. And I hope you had some fun. Thank you very much.
I never knew LaTeX is so interesting. Any question? Or any comments?
Well, it was not LaTeX, but it was LaTeX, you mean?
Yes.
Any remarks? Any questions? History of LaTeX?
It's so, I think some of the atmosphere of this is very close to the atmosphere of Bottlenecks camp in Poland, which is tech camp annual. So if you cannot get to this camp, maybe Bottlenecks would be a good place to go.
I always wanted to go to Bottlenecks, but usually my children don't have school holidays when the Bottlenecks is happening. So I cannot get free myself. Yeah. I told him that I always wanted to go to Bottlenecks, but my children have to go to school there, so I cannot free myself at this time. Okay. Thank you.
So we have Veera Raghavan Balasubramaniam. Veera, he's working on LaTeX automation in elsewhere, and he's got 30 years experience in publishing, working on various typesetting applications.
Hello everyone, I am Veera Raghavan, and working as part of a leading publishing domain, Elsevier, which is handling around 3,000 plus journals and a large amount of books. Before getting into this my topic, I would like to give some background how I am connected to the LaTeX world. It's something. Am I audible? Yes. It's okay? Thank you. So before getting into the topic, I would like to introduce that how I started my things in the LaTeX. Actually, it is almost 1998 or something like that I get into the publishing industry. By the time, my first role is about data conversion. In the data conversion, the thing is something like all the researchers provide their so hard work material to us, and it's more of a thing we will receive in different kind of file formats. It's not only LaTeX, it is all about InDesign, FrameMaker, and quite a bit of different Microsoft Word and all. So when I am seeing the thing, I happen to see 30% or something like that in the LaTeX form. What is this LaTeX? And everything is the hard-coded programming or something like that, how we need to realize the LaTeX. Then I started reading the things on the LaTeX. The key purpose for me to normalize the LaTeX that can be usable or reproducible as XML or HTML or structured file. That's our key goal. So the key functionality for me to just read the LaTeX and remove the unwanted packages that is not compatible for our tools. I can understand that's so difficult for you guys to take it because being a developer, you guys have spent too much of efforts and creating the LaTeX packages. But when I'm getting into the publisher, we need to remove certain things for the normalization. And over the period, I started learning the LaTeX in a deeper way, and I started creating LaTeX tools to generate the XMLs or image conversion tools and all. So my career started as a conversion executive, but I moved into a development mode and I started creating a lot of tools, but using all the LaTeX as well. And I started reading about the packages and all, whatever packages that can be compatible in my tool to get it the proper PDF output or image conversion libraries or something like that I used. So in this context, I would like to, sorry? No, I'm just still in this slide. So in this context, I would like to thank a great opportunity for me to talk in the TUG forum. No is from the LaTeX, but utilizing the LaTeX, and I'm here to talk about the LaTeX here in the TUG forum. That's a great opportunity for me. And I really thank STM on this program. On this last 3 days, they occupied literally on several things, not only on LaTeX, on the sessions and all handled. Thanks for STM. Okay. We know that good typesetting is an art. For example, our friend Govind yesterday showcased that he created a literally hard work of spending times, and he created the scripts and all. He nicely presented and how he utilizes that for the organization. Then I realized that LaTeX is not only for publishing or for the publishers, and it is for everyone in this. And I can understand from that of Salil, he presented something on the sorting order and all. That's not a challenge for me today, but it can become a challenge for me in the future. The reason is, today we have only 2 symbols, up arrow and down arrow. If you want to bring more symbols, then it will become a challenge, and I need to share a spec to the supplier how to make it used and all. So it comes immediately to my mind, we need to prepare for it. So that's how the things came up. So keeping this in the mind, let me go into the challenges part, what I prepared. So I thought this could be the key challenges what we face from a publisher perspective. One of the most major challenges is the managing manuscript submission and workflow complexity, and some of them operational challenges, accessibility challenges, which we are discussing in too many days, our key topic, supply chain and logistic, and something on conclusion and some interesting. So the manuscript submission and workflow complexity. So I can understand that a lot of authors are sitting here in writing papers and all. So when they want to publish something with a leading publisher, the challenge for them is, first of all, we can classify the authors into two types. One is expert author in LaTeX, and some of them are little bit understanding, having the LaTeX, but they are not so fulfilled to handle all kind of math equations or something like that. So the challenge here for those authors is that the expert authors want to have a complex thing, used packages to be produced as it is in the typesetting of end final output. But the people want to produce the MathML, that of a clear representation of equation and all, they have some challenges how to, because they could not compile the files, or they are ending up with the error. They are not a programmer, so they are ending up with error, and they are reaching out to us to get it sorted out before submitting in the platform. That's one of the challenge for the authors who is creating the paper. And even authors created nicely the LaTeX output, but the next challenge for them is submitting the content to the platform. When they submit the content to the platform, if it is a Microsoft or something like Adobe FrameMaker, it's going to be a one single file. They can simply submit the file into the platform. But when it comes to LaTeX, they need to completely zip a package and upload the things to the platform. The next immediate step in the platform is that it needs to compile the file and create a PDF from the platform. But the challenge here is the compiler, when we use that submission platform compiler, we may not have that relevant packages loaded in the platform, and it will again end up with the error. So it goes back to the author. Author says, okay, I could not spend time on the compilation and I'll just upload. He just upload the PDF alone and don't upload the source files. That's a major problem. And another common thing, let me cover the publishing in the coming workflow challenges. Images and multimedia is the biggest challenge in the LaTeX. Initial days we supported only EPS file format, but now we have started doing with the PDF, other kind of packages we are supporting. So authors still using EPS and trying to upload, and they are not much migrated to the PDF or something like that. We are trying to address that as a big challenge till the point. And moreover, the quality, whatever they are saying in the original manuscript, that need to be reflected in the final. A small deviation would not be accepted by author. Operational challenges. What I mean to operational challenges, if Microsoft Word, we have two set of tools. One is that built based on Microsoft Word for copyediting and end-to-end solution, and another one is LaTeX based. When I am seeing some advantages in the Microsoft or the enterprise version of applications, they have a default built-in features that supports the conversion effectively. But if it comes to a LaTeX tool building, then it is a very complex one. Lot of regex code need to be written. Our service vendors are very tough in creating the LaTeX codes, and if a tool is getting created in the Microsoft or something like that turnaround time going to be a minimal, and the fixing time going to be a minimal. But when we take LaTeX, that it takes a little bit of more time than what is comparing to the enterprise application. And the another key thing, maintaining fidelity of original LaTeX. So author is hard work, and he created such a beautiful output, but when we are using our own packages and neutralizing the packages with the standard specification from publisher side and the layout requirements. A single column author might be created the output, but we want to put it in the 2 column because of the journal requirements. We are changing a lot of things in that, and by the time, if an equation, he might be a bigger equation, he might put it in the single column spread, but it need to be broken up into 2 column or something like that. So the maintaining the fidelity is the biggest challenge for us. It is going to continue, but we are trying to resolve this, but I will cover how we are attacking these problems in the conclusion slide. And another one is that tight publication deadlines amidst of complex workflows. So in the word-based tools or copyediting tools, it is the time to take to do the production activities a little bit minimal, but when we want to do a copyediting in the LaTeX-based activities, it takes more time. So it's like the tight publication and whether we can reach, we are trying to target 24 hours for the publication, and how it's going to be helpful is another big challenge we are trying to address. Let us come into the key topic of accessibility challenge. Yes, we are all discussing about the accessibility. The main challenge for publishers is that we have set a target of 2025, all the books published from the publisher need to have the accessibility. That's how the initial target came. Now we are working towards ADA, American Disability Act. Like that, when it comes, it is like a evolving thing. So we understand that immediately what I did is, okay, what is accessibility? I need to understand. So I immediately gone for a certification from a university, and I did a blue belt in that, and I completed the certification. And then I started understanding what is the accessibility specification for the books. I started creating the specification for the books, and I circulated. So in the specification, I understand the key thing is tagged PDF. So the things kept in my mind is that when I'm introducing this tagged PDF, what level of tagged PDF I can expect from the service vendors and what I can do better for my customers. I know that 100% tagged PDF is not possible. So what is the best easily achievable with the limitation of the tools and all? So I created a tagged PDF specification, and I ensured that reading order is a key element, and I added that as part of the specification. Reading order is not so new. It is part of the article thread concept, what we used in the earlier days in the typesetting. And thereafter, alt text come into picture. Alt text is the biggest challenge for us as a publisher. Alt text, author is not going to give any content for the alt text. So we need to produce the alt text on our own. So we are trying alternative solutions, how to bring the alt text getting embedded in the, for each and every image the author is providing. And the biggest challenge is on the access, LaTeX, converting LaTeX content into accessible format. Yeah, we know that we are discussing this for the last couple of days, particularly on the accessibility part. We are discussing about PDF 2.0 and a lot of things when we migrate that. But currently, whatever we have, based on that, we need to cater to our customers that we need to satisfy EAA guideline or ADA guideline. So keeping that in the mind, wherever possible, with the limited packages what we have in the environment, we are making use of that, and we have given the requirements to the service vendors to create accessible PDFs. And the good thing is that we have achieved all the journals are published with accessibility, full accessibility, what is per the current standard. And the books also we have implemented so far. And the biggest challenge, one other challenge on the accessibility is that maintaining the output as well. Because when people that of service vendors introducing new packages to adopt the accessibility in the PDF, when they introduce a new package to manage that, by the time it should not deviate the output of standard what we are producing for publishers, for the customers. So that's a big challenge we come across. Yeah, supply chain, I don't think that is not much connected to the LaTeX. It is a common challenge with all the publishers on all type of deliverable. It's like a COVID situation, we need to deliver the thing on time, that is a challenge, and the war is happening, we need to deliver, even though we create everything nicely and before that, but it is important to deliver the thing in the right time to get published. So that is the challenge. So the challenges what I listed, how are we managing that with support of our service vendors? Let me try to conclude that. In that currently that of LaTeX is a complex workflow. We treat that as a complex workflow. But Microsoft Word based thing or the framework and design and all, we are thinking that is a not complex workflow. So we are trying to classify that when we receive an input from the platform, we are keeping that in 2 tracks. The complex content is moved into the LaTeX based solution and all Word based thing into a separate stream. So managing a Word-based thing and all is not at all a problem because it has the XML compatibility. It's so simple. But in the LaTeX thing, we are giving the value to the LaTeX complex content and specifically giving to the respective LaTeX suppliers who can do that work very nicely. And we are also ensuring that they have the compatible tools to produce that. One biggest thing is something like we ensure that the tool what they are uploading, the LaTeX files, should be able to editable by the author at any point of time to ensure the fidelity. So when author want to change anything in the original, it should reflect in the other side. So left window is showing the editable window and right window is showing the output window. And this gives the author the assurity that whatever he is seeing in between the proof is going to be the final thing for in the platforms which is getting published, Science Direct or something like that. So we are very much cautious on that part. We don't want to demotivate or discourage author to get dissatisfied author to get saying the content is not tweaked too much kind of thing. And the technology-driven transformation is another challenge. We have a lot of AI automation and all, and digital tools are streaming, manuscript management, editing, and quite a bit of challenges on the technology side. We need to adopt for the AI and the things, something like that. So whenever author is creating something like that, we are ensuring that whatever the content he is providing is truth or not, but at the same time, the AI tools and all, how effectively we can make use of it, whether we can use it for alt text or something like that, we are going in that direction to ensure that we can do it in a simpler way. And strong support for the LaTeX. So, as I said, the authors are providing the manuscript and they are seeing some challenges when they upload the files to the thing and they have the compatibility issues and all. So we are giving that as a service vendor. So they are helping us to clean up and support the author to make a initial output clean and neat outputs. So the focus on accessibility, we know accessibility is evolving. We are continuously monitoring the things, what is happening in the market. That's my key goal, to visit TUG conference today and to understand the next words on the PDF 2.0 and the accessibility things, what are the packages evolving today, and how we can leverage this to the next level. So this is a great information for me, so I can build the specification in adherence to the future accessibility things kind of thing. And yeah, that's the emerging future trends of the LaTeX, that we are going to have any new packages, what we are going to have, that we are going to accommodate. So one of the interesting fact is that initially we thought that LaTeX will fade away at some point of time. That's our initial, when I come into 1998. It might be my own perspective or something like that, but I'm seeing, looking back, I'm seeing that LaTeX is growing ever and ever, and I know the craft has a value. That's all I can say on that. And the evidence is that, thanks Overleaf team for giving the absolute number. Every year they are seeing 2 million users getting increased in the Overleaf. This means that the LaTeX peoples are growing regularly. And the educational institutions, most of the educational institutions nowadays teaching about the LaTeX, but I can understand in India that it is sitting with the key universities that of NITs or IITs. Maybe in the future this kind of conference and all help to get more knowledge being shared for the youngsters. Thank you. I have a very short presentation and happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
So any questions?
Thank you. I'm not too familiar with publishing. My only experience is with TUG and NTG. So for my first article, for me, it was trivial to use, for example, the GitHub platform, or you can also collaborate on some private platform as GitLab or so. Are there any authors who requested to collaborate in such a system, such a platform?
Yes.
Okay.
But when it comes to us, it's a finished product. So they are reaching out to you guys, GitHub and all, they are picking up and they are reaching out to see it, and absolutely they are doing. But we try to retain the packages if it is compatible to our production environment.
I think it works more in a collaborative environment, maybe. Collaborative authors are not. There is a book review, the book, the edition, next stage of it.
It's okay. We have time, so I can say something which is not a question but rather a comment. You compared LaTeX to Microsoft Word, and you explained why for many publishers it's easier to work with Word. The reason why it's easier for publishers to work with Word is that Microsoft put a lot of money into making this easy. They put track changes, they put and now in this Google Doc you have very easy way to communicate your changes. You have put, they put a lot of things into it, and the thing is, we can make editing, proofing, publishing with LaTeX and so on as easy and maybe even easier than Word, but it's a huge challenge and somebody must do it. So basically what I want to say is that we have a lot of work cut out for us to make it much better than other ways of offering like Word and so on, much better working with publishers and so on. And I think it's possible, doable, and something which must be done.
Yeah. That's why we have the two different streams. We don't want to miss the originality, and we want to have that high complex craft thing.
So we have the complexity of LaTeX at the one end, and we have the simplicity of XML at the other end.
Yeah.
And you have the extensibility of LaTeX at the one end, and the validated ETD-based, syntax on the other end. So that's the problem we have to solve, right?
Yeah. I have a question from Michael Sandquist. probably for Elsevier, which says that LaTeX is provided for free, and you have benefited a lot during the years by using it. And he asks, are you as a publisher giving anything back to the tech community, funds, tools, and so on? And by the way, before you answer, I just, as still by VP of Tech Users Group, I want partially answer that Elsevier is our gold institutional member, so at least, and we are grateful to Elsevier for financial and other support, but maybe you want to expound on this.
Thank you. Is that a question?
Yeah, I think he is asking how is Elsevier interested in investing in LaTeX?
Yeah. So, the thing is something as a publisher, we encourage our suppliers to build the LaTeX-based tools ever. So in terms of not directly the LaTeX community or something like that, but we are coming here for the TUG forum and we started sponsoring this. Like that, we are closely working with the TUG, and we are doing as much as possible for the TUG forum and the LaTeX and all. But we are ensuring that LaTeX is living with us all the time, and we are also getting upgraded on the LaTeX around the clock.
Actually, it was not a question. I'm having a doubt regarding the accessibility standards, which you said that you are setting some accessibility standards for Elsevier. So is this common for all, or is it specifically for Elsevier alone?
Yes, that's a very good question. That of the standards for accessibility is the baseline standard defined by the WCAG, AA or AA or AAA kind of thing. We are trying to ensure that AA standards are adopted. So, but we can, due to our complex workflows and all, we can't 100% achieve the AA standard all the cases. So in that case, we are compromising something for the LaTeX community separately, but we are ensuring that the standards are unique across, even across books and journals. But it's not like that we don't have a validation mechanism. We are saying that PAC validator or Adobe validator does a very good job and all, but it may not work on all the time. So it is an evolving thing, and we are trying to travel along with the evolvement.
Vera, can I just add to that? I think your question was also if it's applicable for everybody. Yeah, but we are following laws that are there, and so it's truly applicable for everybody. And the reason why we're so busy with that is because these laws come in place. So this is not just something Elsevier does, but everybody is doing.
Yeah, it's a whole community is working on the Elsevier side. Thank you.
There's no more questions or comments, then we can.
Maybe I have a small comment. I hear a lot about LaTeX complexity. I think LaTeX is not complex, but the content written is actually complex. And LaTeX is probably the best tool to produce that complex content.
Yeah, absolutely, you are right. The LaTeX is not complex, and it is like a programming thing that for the users, and it makes a lot of programmers as well when we started coding in the LaTeX first time. But it is not so complex, but the process and the workflow building the LaTeX, we have to have a separate stream. That's all. Thank you. If no other questions.
We now go for lunch.
Okay. So we welcome our next speaker, that is Boris Weitzman. And he had been a technician since mid-1990s and authored about 40 packages. He has been the TUG president, vice president, and board member. He's proud of not missing any TUG meeting for 20 plus years. So, yeah, let's listen to his talk.
Thank you. Okay. First, I'm really grateful to the program committee which have put me after several great talks about publishing, because I'm going to talk about publishing and challenges there. But first, if you are in a scientific publishing, then this first picture will probably put a lot of fear into you, because it's basically logos of different preprint servers. And preprint servers is this. Anybody, almost anybody, can write a paper, put it on a server for free, make it available to everybody, and not pay anybody, for this, and especially not to pay publishers. And then the question is, if you are a scientific publisher, what is your value proposition? What can you offer in the world where everybody can put something for free for the world to know? And the usual answer is twofold. First, scientific publishers say, well, you are gatekeepers. We have some peer review process. It means that whatever people publish in our journals, unlike preprints, you can have some idea that this is a good stuff. And second value proposition is we don't just publish what we obtain from the authors. We copy edit it. We make it better. And this is very important, especially because now science is global. A lot of input is from people for whom English is not the first or even not the second language. So you need some copy editing to make the author's thoughts clear. And second, the prose is now really bad. And AIs in LLMs actually make this problem much worse, because first, they write really bad prose, and second, there are many people who start to write like LLM, which makes their prose absolutely unbearable. So I'm not going to talk about the first thing. I'm not going to talk about peer review. I'm going to talk about copy editing. And one of the things for a technician is, yes, there is a lot of copy editing going around. Probably publishers will do more of it because it's what they need to do to stay afloat in the world of free publications. How can we make tools to make it easy for copy editors to work and easy for authors to work with the copy editors? Okay, let's start with this. Suppose you're a copy editor and you see this kind of text from the author. What you would do? You would immediately say that it's not a very good text. A most interesting relation is not in English. Relation could be either a very interesting or the most interesting, right? Then you look at this equation and you say that inline equation with integrals like this, you can do it only if you are very, very, if you really don't have enough space. In any good paper, you want to make it displayed. And of course, can be deriving, of course it could be derived. And then you look at the parentheses here and you say, well, they are small. They are too small, you need to do. So you will do something like this. And this is much better, but still you have a problem. And problem is that you cannot decide by yourself if you're a copy editor whether it's the most or a very, and you need to ask author. You make the other changes, but not this one. So And by the way, when the offer reads, the offer needs the way to understand what you as a copy editor did, how you did it, approve or disapprove. So if you just send the offer with the two texts, you'll basically make the offer play the game I really loved in my childhood, the play of find 10 differences between two pictures. And this is not what you want. You want to tell the offer what you did, you want to communicate with the offer, query the offer is possible, and so on. How do you do this? Well, the old-fashioned way of doing it is this. You take a pen, you take a lot and a lot of tea, and you start to mark up the proofs. And many of us who are older have spent a lot of time doing this. I certainly did. And, well, it's old-fashioned, but probably not something you want to do in the 21st century. Here is a better way. This is PDF annotations. Most of PDF tools allow you to put some marks, and you can just say that, okay, here is your question to the offer, here is what you changed, and so on. It's absolutely great. The problem with the PDF annotations is that after you recompile your TEG file, they disappear. And if you do it several times, you need to, basically, you do your copy editing, then you do annotations, and when you start annotations, you probably forgot what you copy edited and why. Of course, it's possible with things like NewPacks, and by the way, thanks Ulrike, it is a great package. You can probably take the annotations outside of this, then recompile and put it back, but it wouldn't work if you changed something. They would probably change their position. It's not something you want to do. So what can you also do? You can try a great tool I really love, which is called LaTeX Div. And this is a tool I always use when I'm an author and journal asks me to show what changes I did as an answer to reviewers, and this is absolutely great tool. But it's not good for communication with authors for copy editing, because first, it's almost impossible to understand how the final result looks. Second, you still don't have good way to ask questions to authors, query, and so on. So this tool has its own uses, but probably not for copy editors. This is the most low-tech solution. You just put comments in the code. And it's versatile. You can put anything you want, but authors don't read the code. Authors don't read what you put there. And even if they read, it makes it's a problem for them to relate to PDF. So it's probably not what you want. There is a way to try to make authors to read the code. You put some comments in special editor. Here is an example for Overleaf. I know that both TechFolio and Prima have similar things. You basically can do what authors who worked with Microsoft Word know how to do. You put marginal comments here. You can put anything. Authors can answer the comments, close, change, and so on. It's very good, but still you need to go from the code to the PDF. You need to understand what is there, and it requires a lot of effort. And second, with respect to Overleaf, if you choose this thing, you are locked into their solution, which is fine. It's a part of your ecosystem. But as a person who I think it was just before coming to India, paid $400 to Overleaf for my annual subscription, I think it's probably not something you want every author and every copy editor to do. So what do you want? Of course, what do you want besides peace and justice? And now, we want a really clear way to communicate copy editing changes to authors. Again, we want something like with PDF annotations, but probably better than this. We also want multiple layers. the idea is you put something communication to offer a response, then you put second layer, and you should be able to select each layer that you want. Or if you have a team of copy editors, you want to have some layers which you could exchange between copy editors, but not to the authors. And the thing is that when you think about it, copy editor is not an author. Copy editor is somebody who journals employ or freelancers, and you can rely on them being able to learn something like a couple of tech comments. You cannot make author learn anything, but you can make your employee to learn how to do tech comments. So it's okay to introduce new LaTeX comments. So basically, my design requirement was that I can make it reasonably difficult for copy editors. Okay, I can make my learning curve reasonably steep for copy editors, but absolutely nothing I could request from the authors. Okay, here is the solution which is now employed by a couple of journals I have. As you see, you have text, and you have comments like highlight, which highlight a most. You have something like editorial comment, and editorial, and you put this in text file, then you compile, and here's what you get. You have marginal comments, you have highlighted text like this, this thing is, if you look at this, if you're a technician, it's something you can do very easily. But if you're an author, it's very easy to understand what you are doing. We have a lot of other features I don't want to show right now because it will take some time, but basically the most important feature is that as soon as you say this is the final version and change the option of your document class, all your comments and all your highlights disappear. So you don't need to manually delete them from the text, and actually it's better than they are in the text file because they are basically a document and the paper, electronic trail of what you did. But they disappear after this. You have layers with different colors, so you can say something like e-select important, and everything which you mark up as important will be in the red. You can say e-select blue wish list, everything you marked as a wish list will be in blue. And if you comment out e-select, this layer will just disappear. You will not see anything. And you can move comments up and down. I will talk about this in a moment, why I need this. Implementation, how it's implemented. Well, basically, layers are implemented as internal comments like layer important is editorial comment important in the beginning or in the final production with the things do nothing. In the manuscript mode, if you selected them, they will do something. A little bit extra thing with highlighting. I wanted to make highlighting change in color. Unfortunately, hyperref also wants to change color, and this clashes. I just decided that in the hyperlinks which are highlighted, I switch off hyperref color. Okay, here a couple of technical problems. And the biggest problem is this. When I implemented it, first I used margin parse. And I didn't realize that margin parse change page breaks. So copy editors told me, okay, we very carefully created the manuscript, we very carefully did line and page break, then we switched to final and everything went wrong. And it was a big problem for me. I never understood that this is just how margin parse work. So solution, and I say a solution instead of the solution, I don't use margin parse. Instead of, I use the famous trick with zero width picture. So basically, from the point of view of TEG, I just add something which has zero width and zero height, so it's basically nothing. And when I switch to final, I just don't add it, and I can reasonably hope, again, with TEG you cannot be confident in anything, but can reasonably hope that this does not change in the final variant. So basically, whenever I have an editorial comment, I look at the point where is this, I move to the margin and put something which from the point of TEG is zero width and zero height picture. I have problem with this, and the problem is that with the TEG output routine, I don't know the coordinates of this point before I shipped out the page. Well, how do I solve it? I solve it in the standard LaTeX way. I create coordinates to the aux file, and in the next run, if they did not change, I know the coordinates of my point. And if they did, I just rerun this. So there is a great package zref, which, and we need unique counters for each editorial comment and so on. We can do this. The second problem is this. Margin parse have a very interesting feature. They usually don't overlap. If you put a couple of margin parse and they want to be on the same place, they repel each other. But since I put this thing into zero width picture, I no longer can rely on them of not overlapping. Actually, they do overlap. I could probably put something like, I could have special place for heights, widths, and so on. I could probably put some complicated algorithm for preventing it, but I decided that it's not, it's probably too much work for too little gain. So instead, I gave the copy editor a way to move the comment up and down. So if you see that your comment is a couple of comments overlapping, just move the comment, one of them there. So this is again the philosophy is you solve something which can be solved easily automatically, and if you encounter something which is easier to do manually, just do it. So we just add manual vertical shifts. So here is the implementation, and at this point it was written long ago, so it's probably when LaTeX 3 was in the not yet adopted, so it's a classical L2 tech, but it works. So how much time do I have? So first, what is the status of the code? The code is public, but it's just a part of our art style, which is a style for annals of mathematics. And by the way, I probably should, sorry, I forgot, I should probably give a lot of thanks to people from Annals of Mathematics and from another journal, Res Philosophica, who basically paid for development of this, tested this, and have been using it for many years. I don't know whether people wanted to use. If you want to use it, one of the reasons I want to talk about it today is because I want to understand whether anybody but me and the journals I work with and the copy editors I work with really need this. If you think that it's needed by somebody else, I probably can write a module, write a package which just put this functionality and make it. But anyways, right now the code is public. You just need some knowledge and some time to look at our marked source code and take it. An interesting question is that we have a lot of interactive systems like Overleaf, like Prima, like TechFolio, and so on. And you can probably use this thing as a back end for it. So if we have a package, you can probably make some user interface and make the comments appear there. And after yesterday's and workshop, I now understand that there is a possibility to make margin paragraphs tagged properly. I still don't understand how, but I understand that it's possible because of Frank's demonstration. So I'm thinking that now we can, for the first time in history, make Galley proofs available for blind offers. It would be absolutely great if we could do it properly, and I could probably do. So my biggest question to you is, do you think that you might need this as a separate package, and how much do you need so I could put some effort into making it? That's basically all I wanted to say today.
So we open for questions. Do we have any questions for Boris?
Actually, I'm worried about that second compilation to save the position and to manipulate it. Is it possible to do that at the first time itself?
Is it possible what?
First compilation itself, to save the position and interact with ZY.
Well, I think it's the same problem as with label and ref. You create the number of your reference on the first compilation, you read it on the second compilation, and you check whether it changed because of this, right? But on the first compilation, the margin parse are, the editorial notes are somewhere in very strange location.
Okay.
What about multiple authors and multiple versions?
Excuse me?
What about multiple authors and multiple versions?
My people, I'm not sure.
Multiple authors means, say, 3 authors are writing to the same document. Not simultaneously, but
yeah, I understand, but I don't solve this problem because right now, again, I work for Annals of Mathematics, and they are very, very old-fashioned. They send the proofs by email, they get it back by email, and you don't have this concurrent work at all, because at any point only one person has access to the TeX file. But of course, when you do a real system, you probably want to solve the concurrence problem. Yes.
It's not about time. What I'm saying is, say 3 authors are writing in the same document, not at the same time.
Yeah, what you can do, and the system allows you, it allows each author to have their own style of comment. So you can say that, for example, the author A uses green color, user B uses pink, and so on. And that's exactly why layers are there. Layers show either who wrote or for whom you are written, and so on. And you can have as many layers as you want.
By layers, you mean preview and nesting?
What do you mean nest? At present, you cannot have comments to 2 comments. Each comment is to the text. But you can easily emulate it by just answering something there.
And what about multiple versions?
What is what?
Multiple versions of the same document.
Yeah, you can have multiple versions, of course, but this is outside. You can have as many versions as possible, and you can have as many layers switched on and off. So basically, you can have a version for author. You can have a version for chief copy editor. You can have a version for production, and they would have completely different different comments there. But the source would be the same. You just change what layer you show.
Thanks.
Yeah, just a brief comment, Boris. You said you hope that in the final version things do not change because of this tiny thing. It still might change, and this is why I would suggest to always keep the empty picture in your final version rather than taking it out. Because I mean, if you do everything right and you've considered every possibility of where the comment can be applied and stuff like that, you get away with it by taking it out. But if you just leave in an empty thing which is the same object to take as the one that actually contains the text, you are 100% sure. So I would keep it.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very good comment. Thank you.
And I would consider, instead of typesetting the comment, to use actually to create a PDF comment. You can create the annotations that you can add in the PDF by clicking somewhere. You can create them from the text site.
Yeah.
And then you would have PDF comments and people can use in it and add something and perhaps look in the PDF at them. Could be stabler than trying to figure out if they overlap or not overlap and something like this. So long comments are perhaps a problem because then you need numbers and a footnote so that you can. I have done copyediting myself, so I know that long comments should not be in the margin. They should be at the end on an extra page, and there should simply be a number and something like this. And that's difficult to do all with typesetting. PDF comments could be easier.
Maybe I didn't consider, thank you, maybe I didn't consider this, but it's worth thinking about.
I also wanted to suggest PDF comment only. Maybe with your existing code, you can just develop an option. If you switch on to that option, then instead of typeset comments, you get annotated PDFs or vice versa.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I myself also had some use cases where I wanted to make a distinction between final or a draft. How did you toggle it?
How did I see whether it's final or draft?
Yeah, how do you switch it in?
I have in my class I have an option, manuscript, and when you have manuscript, you basically if you look at it, just a moment. Here is, you see this, you have line numbers, you have a lot of other things, and you have really big margins, so you can put, manuscript option, it's probably a bad name, it's actually galley proof option. When you switch this option off, you change the margins, but the idea is that everything else should be exactly the same. You have just a galley proof of what you want.
Okay. For my solution, and I'm curious if you agree, I chose to extend the command line options, so you can just toggle it with the program itself.
Yeah, you can easily send this option to manuscript in your make file. If you want, it's for example through ampersand command, and so there are lots of technical way of doing it.
Okay.
Any other question for Boris?
There are no questions online, at least yet, but I have a small question.
Yeah.
Assume I need to write a review comment on the very last line of the page.
You see me?
If I need to put a comment, but the comment location is going to be on the very last
then
line of the
you
page.
manually put it up because you have this, and you probably
So a negative value.
Yeah, you can put you can put positive and negative value. And actually, if you look at my example, do you see this minus 0.5x here? When this is a real example, I did it, and when I tried to do it, I found that it would overlap with the next editorial comment, so I moved it a little bit up.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
So you mentioned that margin bar can change page breaks.
Yes.
Which was surprising to me. Could you give some minimal example of when this would usually happen?
I understand that the output routine is influenced by margin parse. I've seen, Frank probably can comment it better.
It's very simple and very complicated. But the point is, tech can break at places where there are no explicit penalties in certain situations. If you go to the output routine, that place gets a penalty of 10,000. So in other words, you cannot break again at this point. So you get an explicit penalty at this point. Now, if something like a margin bar or a float is being handled, it goes to the output routine, something happens, and then the output routine returns stuff back. And it tried to return stuff back as best as possible, so it puts an explicit penalty in there. And there are some situations where non-explicit penalties compared to an explicit penalty of 0 or something is different. And this is where, in some very weird cases, because normally LaTeX tries to avoid this, you can have a non-break at the end of the day where you would otherwise break if there's no marching bar. So that's where things started to change. It's usually some sort of edge cases, but edge cases happen if you have millions of documents.
I would say, okay, for annals of mathematics, a paper is usually something like from 100 to 300 pages long, and I have problems like these. We have problems like, I would not say in every paper, but almost every paper. So even while it might be edge case, if you have lots of margin parse, and unfortunately we have lots of comments because the authors, we have it too often to be tolerated.
Yeah, I mean, when I meant edge case, is the margin bar has to fall very close to a page break, so what it actually can influence. It is near a place where tech has to make a decision. So if you have a long paper and you have many comments, and some of the comments will close to a page break, and therefore the problem then happens more often.
Yeah.
But in a normal document where you use margin bars just from marginal loads, they are very seldom falling off the page, basically, because when you write, you see they are falling off the page, and normally with a single one, everything is fine. So that's the reason why you see it actually in real life quite often.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a problem. Optimization of tech at the time when there was not a lot of memory, one of those.
Any other questions, comments?
Okay.
Thank you, Boris.
Thank you.
Can we invite the next speaker? So we welcome Rahul Krishnan, and this is a co-authored paper, co-authored presentation by Rahul Krishnan S, Abu V, Rishikesh T, Rajagopal CV from STM Docs. Rahul is a tech enthusiast working at STM Docs for 11 years, and yeah, we welcome Rahul for his talk.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. Thank you, Niranjan, for the introduction. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Radhakrishnan, for letting me talk in this TUG. This is my first talk in the TUG. So let's start. Today I'm going to talk about the implementation of tag and accessible PDF in Neptune. Neptune is an online LaTeX tool for the authors, the proofing tool, and it was released, to be precise, in November 2018. So let me take you to a small quick guide through the interface. And on the top, you can see the panel. On the left, we have the edits that have done by the copy editors and the authors. Then there's a navigations are there, table of contents, figures, list of tables, notes, supplementary material, all of the things are there. On the center, we have the text file, which was edited by the copy edit and as well as the author. On the right, we have the PDF viewer. On the bottom, we have the queries to the author and their replies, then the text logs, the button for uploading the revised figure files, and they can add additional comment. Yeah, this is the main interface of Neptune. So the main question, I know you all had a lot of accessible PDF through the 3 days. I'm sorry for that, and I'm again going to talk about accessible PDF. Yep. So we use the tag PDF, which is written by Ulrich, and we are using it a lot in our documents. And it has 3 approaches. We have the 3 approaches: phase 3, phase 2, and phase 1. The first one is phase 3, which is a well-tagged compliant PDF we get from the tag PDF package, and unfortunately, it's not compatible with the STM publishers tagging, specific tag requirements. So we just abandoned, sorry. So again, the phase 2, the semi-automated, which the scheme with automated paragraph tagging. The third one, the phase 1, which we are now using. Actually, the development started in 2023, and we are still using the phase 1, which can give us an exact publisher requirements that we can inject the particular tags into the PDF using the phase 1. So we used that particular option, phase 1, as a basic strategy. So you can see here, when we use the phase 3, the tags are listed here, which is the default, but the publisher wants something like this. So we just abandoned, as I said before, we just abandoned the phase 3 and used the phase 1 and injected those particular tags into the PDF. So the bottlenecks. As I said, we have started working on the tag PDF in 2023 and still going on, and we still watching these 2 guys in front of me. We're still watching them. And we just... Yeah, yes. So we just keep on updating the packages, but we are working in a production setup, so we need to make sure the updates won't affect the paginations, or the if anything goes wrong, the content may be missed. So we need to keep updating and along with them. Then, so we use different versions of TechLive to generate those PDFs, so that we can handle the older articles. So the situation is like that. We need to generate a PDF with different packages. As you know, different packages make different outputs. So that output need to be generated in newly created TechLive. So we need to use the older version, and we need to keep the older versions along with the newer. So next is the configurations that we did to generate the tag PDF. So we use LT hooks, which is very much useful to us to inject the tokens like the tags. So then we use the LT sockets, so which is very good for plugging. Like we can inject different tags in different areas. Something like if we need to inject the different tags in the same element, we can just use the sockets, but using different plugs. So this is the tags which we need to inject. So by the way, thanks to Rajesh and Radhakrishnan for giving me the phone, and it works. Yeah, very well. Then this is the tags we used to inject it. So using the LT sockets and the LT hooks. At the first time we have started using the PDF LaTeX, and sometimes we met some errors, and most probably in the pagination, like the page breaks. So we migrated to the Lua LaTeX, which we can utilize the advantages of Lua mode in creating the tag PDF. So these are the another configuration we did at the top about the document class, the document metadata, the PDF version 1.7, which is used for the web PDF. Then, as I said before, test phase 1. Yes, I know it's a test, but we are still using it. Then the XMP equal to false. The first one, the phase 1, as I said before, this is very granular control over tagging the structure. Then the XMP false. Why we did it in false mode? Because the default XMP meta generated by the PDF management tools, which is unfortunately not compatible with the publisher specific XMP data. So we reuse or customized the package, the PDFX package, which is written by which is currently maintained by Rosmo, and we use that particular XMP to create the final PDFs. Then again, some more setups we need to add. Like you can see the setup, the tag bit setup, the activate the various tree structures and the spaces. Then another one is tag bit setup activate all as false. This is used for the specific PDF creation, because sometimes we need different types of PDF versions like proof, then web, then print, something like that. So we need to switch over between the tags. So we use this tag PDF setup active all equal to false. So the documents we used to have is we divided these areas into 3 in head, body and tail. The most difficult portion in a research article is handling the header portion, because too many tags are there in the header portion. We just need to keep updating those kinds of extra tags. So we use the hooks for adding the author, affiliation, abstract and footnotes, but we use this tag tool to suppress the outer paragraphs, but still we need a paragraph inside the abstracts, but the other things we don't need the paragraph tagging. So we use this tag tool to generate the paragraph inside the abstracts. Then comes the body part. In body part we redefine or use the hooks to inject those tags. For example, in list, equation, floats, we just using the hooks we add the tags. Then for the tables we just use the LaTeX lab table package, which is quite good to inject the tags into the table. So we just add some minor modifications and use the same for generating the tables. Then comes the last one, the tail, which contains the bibliography, then the author biography, glossaries. We just use the same mechanism to inject those tags. For the author biography, they include graphics commands, act as a figure, and the biography text will be tagged as a paragraph. Yes, of course, the glossaries are like lists, so we use the same for the glossaries, the list tags. So, am I too fast? Yeah. The next one is the validation. The tools we have is already integrated with Vera PDF. We use the Vera PDF for the validations. So we encounter some errors. Usually when we use the updated packages, keep on errors are we getting. So we the first one is inconsistent font glyph width. So it was due to the usage of PDF LaTeX at that time. So we just migrated to LaTeX and that sorted out. Like that, another error also the same thing. Like we need to keep the untagged content. So it should be marked as an artifact. And again that migration from PDF LaTeX to Lua LaTeX that helped to fix those kinds of stuff. So we use now the Lua mode. So challenges which we encounter during this migration when we inject some tags into a particular area. So the main challenges we got is compatibility. I know something, as I said before, the packages keep on updating. So we need to go with them. For example, the nice metrics which have an error in 2023, but that was fixed in 2024. Another one is workarounds. So what we did when we receive a complex, we working with the lots of complex mathematics and TIGS constructs. So we need to check on that and whether it can be coded or tagged. So that kind of stuff when happens, we just disable the tagging for problematic areas. So that can be marked as an artifact. Then again, if that can also be an issue, then we will just make that particular element as an image, then add the same in the article, the PDF. Then another one is the pagination difference. So when we started injecting the tags around the equations, there are some kind of shifting between the equations and after the paragraphs, or between the equation and the section heading. So we used a different approach for the equations, like using the hooks, like and the before and after environment commands. We just added the tags and sorted it out. Then comes the print and web PDF differences with the hyperlinked and non-hyperlinked PDF. There also we encountered that kind of issues, and that was sorted out by keeping the hyperlinked versions, but in the variants of colors we handled that particular paginations. So another one is a read aloud feature in the Acrobat reader. So here when we use the issue mainly happened due to the usage of phase 1. That's the problem, but we still working on that. But now we have some alternate solutions by modifying the PDF I not go to before hooks that we injected in using, we injected that particular thing using the updated version of ref command in our packages. So that's how we managed that kind of stuff. So that's the main portion. And coming to the conclusion, when we use as I said before, we have started working on the tag PDF from the 2023 and still working on that. But currently, at the moment, we are using the phase 1, which is quite good, and we can inject more tags and in a particular setup, and we establish a strong foundation generating the accessible PDF. So that's the conclusion. But I'm saying we are still staring at Frag and Ulrich for the updates, and still we are migrating to the newer updates by using the socket methods. So that will ease out our other problems which we are facing now. So that's my short presentation, and if you have any questions, thank you.
Any questions for Rahul? Any comments, feedback?
Just of curiosity, could you return to slide number 8? Previous one. Yeah, this one. I see that you put off tag in struct and MC. I'm a little bit confused. Should it be just in one of them? No. No? You need both?
Yes.
Why?
It's okay. I must say I was very impressed how they managed to get tag PDF by using only pieces of the code and disabling parts and re-enabling others, and you nevertheless found your way through. But I think at the end you should better switch to the full code and then that you adapt so that you get your results without working around by disabling parts of the code. It's a bit fragile, but it's impressive, I must say.
Yeah.
I would have hoped by half of your talk that you were now telling us that you have done the work for us for some of the packages that you encounter from your authors. But if I understand you right, you haven't tried to make packages that are not tagging aware. Tagging aware, in some cases, you have simply turned the result into an artifact, right?
Yes.
That's a bit of a cheating, and I think you are quite aware of it, because if I'm a blind person, that part of the text is not being read to me if you turn it into an artifact. In other words, you get a check mark and your publisher may not notice because everything is nicely tagged, but from an accessibility perspective, that's pretty horrible, to be honest.
Yeah.
I understand that you have to do it if you are living on the level of test phase 1 and you try to do everything yourself. But I think this is showing really why we have to abandon all the test phases and get to the point where actually everything is coming. This would be like in my talk, all the mathematics would suddenly be silent because we can't do mathematics, which is precisely what we did the last 30 years. We were telling people only the characters we can understand being ASCII. And I think so. I think we all agree we want to get away from that level and come to this point where accessibility really means accessibility.
Yes. But it's actually, we changed it to Artifact only for the complex constructs. That's the...
I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not criticizing.
Yeah.
I'm just saying this is the challenge. I mean,
Yes.
the real hard challenge that we have to get those things really all accessible.
Yes.
Because otherwise we're kidding ourselves in some sense of having something that is useful for the people who need it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Also about this structure, you said that the paragraphs had some extra white space when added tagging?
No.
Oh, I thought they differed.
Extra tags. That's.
Okay.
Yeah. The one thing we added this activate space true, which is very much required when we tag, and it should be with the space. The tags, with the content should be spaced. Otherwise, it will be a single word like structure. So we just use the space.
Okay. Yeah, because I thought the line endings usually also add white spacing. So if you have those two ending macros, no?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other question? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul.
Yep.
So let's take a break now and then continue at 3 o'clock for the penultimate talk. We are about to start the next talk. May I request everybody to get seated so that we can start on time and, more importantly, finish on time. The next talk is by Matias Jakobsen. Is that Jakobsen or Jakobsen? Jakobsen, yeah, so thanks. Matias is a software engineer at Overleaf. He works on the editor implementing LaTeX language features. Over to you.
Perfect. Thank you for that introduction, and also big thanks to the organizers for putting on. Huh? Is that better? Okay. Sorry? Okay. So thanks for that introduction, and thanks to the organizer for putting on this great conference. As was introduced, I'm Matias. I work for Overleaf as a software engineer. I primarily do my work on the editor page of the product. So that means the phase where users are actually writing their documents and before we pass it on to the LaTeX compiler. So basically the context of this talk is that we're doing the work in a JavaScript context, in a browser context, rather than in the context of the actual LaTeX compiler. So a bit about why we want to parse the LaTeX in the browser rather than just handing it off. The idea is that Overleaf provides two modes of editing. We have a code editor and we have a visual editor. The code editor is a source editor like you'd expect. You have your LaTeX source code and you have syntax highlighting, but not much else in terms of the text that you're interacting with. Then we have the visual editor, which offers a rich text editing experience. So we take some of the LaTeX elements and enrich them. So instead of showing text BF and an argument, we just show that the argument is being bold. And in both of these scenarios, we want to provide contextual help during editing. So things that we can extract from the document or things that we can help with during the writing process. So example of that could be contextual autocompletion. When you're writing begin, we might want to autocomplete environment names. Or if you're writing /, we know that we want to write a command, so we might want to suggest commands that you've used previously in your document or ones that you've just defined. So to do those kind of features, we need some type of integration with the user document. The other side of this, which is more prevalent in the visual editor, is that we want to simplify some of the more either difficult or tedious tasks. So something that new users might find difficult is things like figures, things like tables, where they don't yet know all of the syntax, so it can be quite intimidating getting started with. So we have tools to make that process easier, where you can just press buttons, interact with visual elements, rather than having to write the LaTeX code. In terms of the tedious task, just to provide an example of where it's not necessarily just for new users, if you, like me, have written a table in a LaTeX document, you've written a large table, many columns, many rows, and you realize that you forgot to add a column, to go and add that column in, you first modify the column declaration, then you go through each row, count the right number of ampersands, add your ampersand, and then once you're through all rows, you have your new table and you can add the content. With the tools in the visual editor and with an understanding of the LaTeX source code, we can provide tools that make that easier, and you can just add a column with the press of a button. So where do we do these integrations? Well, these are all examples of things we do in the source editor, things like syntax highlighting. I'm not saying that you need a full parser to do syntax highlighting, but if you already have the parser, it certainly doesn't hurt. Auto-completion, as I mentioned, we can make that contextual based on what you're currently editing. And finally, the file outline, where we extract sectioning commands from the document and provide them in a list so you can easily jump to the right place. On the bit more involved side, in the visual editor, we have things like visual decorations, where we use our understanding of the source document to extract the math mode and use math to typeset that. As I said, show bold text as bold. Things like sort of decorations, where we replace elements of, or replace sections of the source document with these visual representations. The figure modal, as I discussed, rather than going and editing your LaTeX source code, you can press around on the buttons, change the settings that you want. And finally, the table generator, where you can do these structural modifications. You can change the border theme, you can change the column structures, rows, and so on and so forth. So we have the why, and we have the where, and then finally the what. What is it that we need in order to do these things? Well, we need a structural understanding of the source document. So if we have a document here on the left, a document class article, we have a document environment and some math inside. What we're essentially looking for is some type of tree representation of that document. So first things first is the command that's comprised of the actual document class control sequence as well as the argument of article, and then an environment with a type document and the contents inside, which is the math, which itself is comprised of the 2+5 text. This representation here is not really one that's mirrored in the TEG interpretation, so I'm just going to spend a few minutes talking about how tokenization happens in TEG and how that differs from the sort of tree structure that I've discussed here. So essentially what TEG does is that you have your input, and that'll be consumed character by characters and turned into tokens. And that is all done based on character codes. So the first thing that the TEG interpreter will do is to read the T, look up that's a character code 11, a letter, pass that to the interpreter, continue down the line of letters, find a space, that's category code 10, and continue until you find a category code 0, which is an escape character, we're most commonly represented by the backslash. That doesn't get passed to the interpreter, but it instead signifies that the following text should be treated like a control sequence. And if you typeset this, you get what we all expect, text in, and then the output of the control sequence tag. This doesn't give any big difficulties in terms of what I showed, but the thing is that these rules, these category codes, are just one of the things in the TEG interpreter that is dynamic. We can change the rules on the fly. We can change the rules of tokenization on the fly. So in this example, what we have is an exclamation point, and then the cat code command. This essentially changes the category code of the exclamation point to being 0, followed by exclamation point tag. Now during the tokenization phase of this, first time we see the exclamation point get category code 12, which is essentially saying it's not a letter, it's not a space, it's not very interesting. And then we have all of the tokenization of the command itself. And remember that we're doing this token by token, so eventually this will all have run through the interpreter, meaning that we've updated the category code of the exclamation point character. So when we see the exclamation point, it is now getting assigned as an escape character, and the next thing is interpreted as a control sequence. So the output here, exclamation point, and then the output of the control sequence. And this is an issue because if we want to set up static tokenization rules, that doesn't really work in terms of supporting the entirety of TEG and all of the dynamic rules. Luckily, we don't really need to. We are in the process of writing user documents. They don't tend to change category codes too much. They don't tend to create control sequences that would redefine themselves. Like those kind of behaviors is not really something that we see in user documents. So for the most part, we can ignore them. So we can set up tokenization rules based on the standards of LaTeX. So a control sequence should always be a backslash followed by some letters. Furthermore, and people might disagree with this, but there is a great number of standard packages and structures that are commonly reused. So if we ascribe some definition to some control sequence, well, that would probably apply to most use cases of it. So in general, we can agree that we can't, with these static rules, parse all of TEG, but we can probably get close to parsing most user documents. So the way that we actually do this in practice is that we're using a parser generator. It's called Laser, and it's developed in tandem with CodeMirror 6, which is the editor we use on the page. It's a parser generator developed specifically for code editors, so it's it handles all of the intricacies that comes with that, which is things like built-in error handling and recovery. User documents are quite often in an in-between state as you're typing your document. So this laser, the parser generated by laser handle that gracefully. So we build at Overleaf and maintain a LaTeX grammar written for the laser parser generator. And the way that it functions is that we understand the core construct of the LaTeX language, and then we add special cases whenever we need to understand more about a certain construct. So if we need to understand the text BF control sequence in particular for the visual editor, we can add a special case for that. I want to go through a little example of building such a grammar. And the reason is that it would take entirely too long to present the full grammar, so I'm just going to build one up from the ground instead and show the concepts that we're using instead. So we have a small LaTeX document, we have document class article, the document environment, some text, and some nested environment that could do some fancy formatting. To create a grammar, to create a parser for this document, well, we can first look at which tokens we assume would appear. In this case, control sequences, which, as I said, is now assumed to always be a backslash followed by letters. We have open and closing braces to delimit arguments. And we have a word, which is just letters and some white space as well. And then to define the structure of the document, from the tokens, we see that we have some entry point, which basically describes our entire document. A document contains content, and content can either be commands, text, or spaces, or any combination of those. A command is a control sequence followed by arguments, and arguments are content enclosed by opening and closing braces. And finally, text is just, in our case here, word. This grammar run through the laser system generates a parser, which can actually parse the previous document, so this document here, into this tree structure. And now we're getting closer to that syntax tree that we were looking for. But it has one issue here, is that it's a very flat structure. This here would represent the document class article. This here would represent the begin document. Then we had some text. Then we had a begin fancy text, some text inside that environment, and then two end commands. But this doesn't really show a structural understanding. It just shows that we've found all of the commands in the document. So say that we want to understand the nested structure of environments. This is an example of such a special case that I mentioned we could add support for earlier. So say we want to support environments, so now content can be commands, text, environments, or spaces. And what's an environment? Well, that's a special control sequence, begin, followed by the name of that environment, has some content inside, and has an end control sequence. And it's quite clear here that there is a recursive definition. So environments contain contents, which can be environments, which contains content. But this is all handled by the parser and allows us to get these nested structures here, the tree representation that we're looking for. So now the content of the document was the document class article, the begin document, and the content of the document environment was some text and another environment inside it. So now this is one example of adding some special behaviors to control sequences, but it really does expand to pretty much anything that we want to add support for. And that is the way that we're doing things in practice as well. So if looking at, this is the output of the real parser running on Overleaf. So if we have a begin tabular with some column specification and some content, what will be generated is, or at least some of what will be generated is this content here. And we can see the same things from the previous outputs represented in the actual parser here. So we have environments with arguments with open braces and closing braces, and the content is, well, this is our version of text, but it has white space and text and ampersands and all of that. So this structure is something that we can actually analyze and provide features based off of. There are some limitations, and there are specifically limitations, one about the static tokenization rules, but also limitations about which commands we know and which ones we don't. So we do understand the concept of an unknown command, something that we don't know how it works. But in this case here, the top one, we have a custom command. We haven't prescribed any meaning to it, followed by an opening brace, some content, and a closing brace. And of course, in running this through the interpreter, we would know if this was a macro that took 0 arguments or if it's a macro that takes 1 argument. But that's something we won't be able to tell statically without actually running the engine. So in this case, we have to make decisions, and we've decided that this would always be treated as an argument, for example. It doesn't really cause issues in practice. Same thing here with internal state in the interpreter. If I have a command typeset this could put you into math mode, and this should actually be typeset as math. But again, something that we won't be able to tell statically. We will never be able to guess what a command would do without adding specific support for it. Okay, so we have a grammar. We have the syntax tree. Now what do we do? What can we use the output for? Well, a few things just sort of fall into place with this output. If we assign a color to each node type, well, that pretty much gives us syntax highlighting. If you use the position data from your syntax tree, you can change your auto-completion source depending on what you're currently working on in the editor. So that could give you citation key search if you're inside a site, or it could give you environment names if you're inside a begin. Then if we start replacing nodes with custom elements, well, that would form the basis of the visual editor. So taking one of our nodes, text BF control sequence, hide that and take the argument and mark it bold, well, that sort of gives the intuition of how we would do elements in the visual editor. And finally, if you remove entire sections of the syntax tree and replace them with some tool, it could be a table generator, that forms the basis of the what you see is what you get editing features in Overleaf. And I want to spend a bit more time talking about Wizzywig, because if you're like me, you could be a bit hesitant using such tools, and that's usually because you've had an experience like this. You have some handwritten code here on the left. That all looks good when loaded into the tool, and then you make a tiny little fix to this typo here, and your output suddenly looks like this on the right. I think what happened here actually was that while clicking after the S here, I hit one of these dashed lines, which automatically assigned the height to each table cell. And this is obviously not something that we want to do with users' LaTeX documents. We have a lot of respect for the LaTeX code that people write in Overleaf, so we have some guiding lights to how we want to treat Wizzywig in our editor. The first one is that we want to perform minimal edits. One thing is we don't want to change your formatting and insert a lot of spurious content like in the previous example, but also we have things like track changes, and if you changed a typo in a table, we don't want it to look like you've deleted and created an entirely new table. Same thing, we want people to be able to coexist between the two editors, so if one is writing in the source code and one is writing in the visual editor, then we don't want one to mess up the code for the other. The second thing that we're going for is writing appropriate LaTeX. We don't want to be inserting a lot of LaTeX code just to make sure that it looks exactly like it does in the visual preview. That essentially leads to the situation from before, but it also leads to very fragile code that will probably break if they try to modify anything afterwards. And finally, if we don't understand it, we don't edit it. That means that if there's some content that we don't understand, we would much rather just show the user the LaTeX code and trust them to edit it, rather than trying to force our understanding, our broken understanding, onto the code and then instead display it wrongly. So the equivalent example in Overleaf would be I have my LaTeX code written on the left, which shows the same table. I do my modification in the visual editor, and on the right it's essentially the same, but we've changed only the content in the associated cell. And this would apply even if you're changing more than just content. If you were changing, say, the border style away from book tabs, we would only be touching the bordering commands and the column specification. We wouldn't, again, try to mess around with white space or anything like that. And that applies if you're doing other structural changes like column modifications or deleting a row and so on and so forth. So in summary, we're using a laser-based parser for conventional LaTeX. We understand that we're not capturing all of TEX and all of the dynamic aspects, but in reality we don't really need to for most user documents. We support common structures like commands, environment, modes, etc., and then we add special cases when we need to understand something better, and we have added quite a few of those already. And that is what drives many of the editor features like syntax highlighting, autocompletion, and the more involved Wizzywig editing tools that we provide. That brings me to the end of my talk, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Any questions for Matias?
Determining the syntax tree sounds time-consuming. How often do you reconstruct it?
Yes, good question. This is one of the benefits of using the laser parser generator as well, because it's made for source editors. It supports incremental parsing, so it means that if we reprocess the tree on every keystroke, but we're doing very small updates to it, so we don't need to repass the entire document on every key press.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Did you specify precisely the data structure used by your parser? In other words, if I would like to use it with my own programs, can I do it?
I'm not sure I'm not sure I understood completely, but it generates an LR grammar in JavaScript. So is that what or do you mean the grammar itself?
Basically, a parser returns.
Oh yeah. Oh, so you're talking about can you apply the other things to the syntax tree, or like can you move the syntax tree out of the parsing in Overleaf? Like can you use the parser and get a JSON structure? Is that what you're asking? It has some utility function. I'm sure you could generate it easily, but it is generating classes within its own like from its own library. But yeah, I'm sure you could generate whatever format you wanted from that. It has built-in structures for like walking the tree and stuff like that.
You said that you aim to do it with minimal number of edits. So, how does it? You said that you intend to do it with the minimal number of edits. So, how does it compare, like with this editor and without it?
Well, ideally, it would look like if you were doing the edits by hand. And that is certainly what we're striving for. So basically, if we're looking at the table generator example, this one, the syntax tree will contain the position of each of the nodes that we're interested in. So if we, for example, are changing the border theme, we want to we want to make the table fully bordered instead, for example, we would only modify the column specification as well as the existing border rules and only insert at positions after the row breaks. So, I mean, the goal is that it shouldn't change too much.
So no, I meant not how you do it, but actual data. What have you tried with it and without it and seeing the difference?
Do you mean ask someone to do it by hand and ask someone to do it in the tool?
Yeah, with the tool and without the tool.
Yeah.
What is the difference in terms of numbers, actual numbers, not the theory part of it?
I can't give you those numbers. We haven't done that kind of test, but I can't see how you would. Like, I would assume that human would probably have slightly larger changes if they wanted the formatting.
No, not a human, with some other editor. Versus this editor. Comparison
okay.
between.
Right, some comparing it to other Wizzywig tools. I don't have those numbers. Sorry.
Will you also be supporting, in some manner, like pixie diagrams, for example, unified modeling language stuff?
We could. We certainly could. There is the laser parser generator supports embedded languages. So if the need was big, we could add support for, within this environment you should parse it as UML, or within this environment you should parse it as TEX. But it's not something that we're doing at the moment.
Okay.
A question for myself. The syntax tree generation happens in the backend, or in the front end JavaScript, I assume in the browser client.
It happens in the front end.
What's the performance impact, particularly if you have a large document?
I can look up some exact numbers if you're interested afterwards, but
does it have a noticeable performance impact?
In general use, no. You might be able to construct examples where it would. If you're holding down a character, you might get some problem if you've constructed a weird document. But in general, tested with AMS math documentation, like fairly big documents with no problem.
Okay, thank you.
So, thanks for the talk. I was just curious about this principle of minimal changes done to the content and formatting. I was curious, how far do you go in ensuring that it looks consistent? I mean, it's clear that if you just want to edit a single cell, that you just touch this part of the text and keep the rest the same. But if you just edit a row to the table on the next page, would you try to keep the indent the same, or how far do you go with this?
Yeah, so the example of adding a row to this would essentially look up the end of the previous row and only insert the line break. I think we would try and guess the correct indentation for the new row, but we certainly wouldn't touch any other row while doing it. So I think we would generate a line with probably indentation up to here, and then just space, ampersand, space, ampersand. So yeah, should be minimal.
Okay, thanks.
If no further questions, thank you, Matias.
So we break for now, but for the next session we have to clear the tables and chairs. So it would be better if you could take your belongings with you. Only middle row. Only the middle row. Rest can be as it is.
May I request everybody to gather around the calligraphy demonstration if you would like to witness, and we'll get started in a moment. We have Narayana Bhattadari, who is the first person in Kerala to be officially designated as a calligrapher, because Kerala never had a culture of calligraphy compared to, let's say, Roman calligraphy from the Trajan times. He became a pioneer in calligraphy, working with publications, doing titles for books, short stories, poems, movie titles, book covers, anything particularly imaginable. His medium of expression is usually using paints with different brushes and pens. He is also the recipient of prestigious TUG Excellent Award in International Calligraphy for 2 consecutive years, 2017 and 18. Bhattadari has also designed typefaces for Malayalam traditional script as part of the Rajana Institute of Typography. Bhattadari has deputed me to explain what he is doing, which is, as you know, is practically impossible, but I'll try to do my best. He now writes with a calligraphic pen. And apparently Roman script. It's practically /mathcal A to Z. Thank you, Boris. It's mathfrac. That would even be more correct. It's just textfrac. After the Latin alphabets, Bhattadari writes in bright blue color the Malayalam alphabets, starting with A, A. penultimate character he just wrote is an archaic L phoneme which is not frequently used in contemporary text nowadays, but it is encoded in Unicode. Bhattacharya is now writing in Devanagari script, which is used to write Hindi, Sanskritam, etc. He wrote Akshar Bahut Sundar Hai in Devanagari, which could be roughly translated to letters are really beautiful. With a brush, Bhattadari is now writing in Tamil letters. Tamil is one of the oldest languages. Bhattadari wrote in Tamil script, Ezhuthukal Azhaganavai, which also means literally the same. Writings or letters are beautiful. that is now writing with a dip brush, the same in Latin script. It's now time for question and answers. First question from the audience is, how does he do it? Well, we had a famous ascetic Narayana Guru who said, you see it and you can't understand it, then how will you understand if I explain it? Next question from the audience is, how long has he been doing this? He has been doing this for 45 years. I'm told that he wakes up 3 a.m. every day and does at least an hour of practice, 2 hours of practice. Question from Boris is, how many scripts does he know? He knows 4 scripts, Malayalam, English, Tamil, and Devanagari, which are all written here. The question from the audience is, what kind of ink and brush did he use? It's just regular fountain pen ink.
Any physical exercises that you need to do to practice this art?
Calligraphy is a form of meditation for him rather than a physical exercise. Question from audience whether he has practiced Chinese calligraphy, and the answer is not yet. So So, as far as we know, there has never been a tradition of calligraphy in Malayalam. And to my knowledge, which is very, very limited, the writing has always or mostly been in palm leaves. You might have seen the presentation from Vaishnavi where they have documented hundreds of palm leaves, which is written using an iron stylus, a sharp iron stylus. But at least from the 1950s or 60s, I've seen a lot of signboard lettering on the walls, graffitis, etc., if that could be considered a form of calligraphy. It says that it's lettering, not calligraphy. The question from audience is, what is the difference between lettering and calligraphy? But Bhattadiri explains that calligraphy means you literally write with a writing instrument, whether pen or brush. Your lines are through writing. Lettering is that you draw the outline and fill them. Question from audience is, how does he get the idea in composition? And Bhattadiri answers that it comes spontaneously. It's not a painting, first of all. Secondly, no, it doesn't have any particular meaning. I think he picks verses or poems or other literary works to write or do calligraphy, but they usually not. Question from the audience was, how did he end up taking this path of calligraphy? The answer was a smile. Anybody who is on Facebook or Instagram, he posts regularly every day his work, and the Sayana Foundation has also collected a lot of his work, at least 2 or 3 years of work, and archived at the sayana.org website. Boris asked the question, who was his teacher, and he is a self-taught calligrapher. On request, he may write your name or some short verses for you as a collectible. Feel free, I don't think he will bite. Ulrike part ways with her favorite bar, giving it to, it's bear, pardon me for my, giving it to Bhattadiri. I get to collect the first prize. He wrote my name in Malayalam. Thank you very much.
In memory of the bear, Ulrike gets Bar's name in return, and the bar is so happy.